Good morning. Or actually, sorry, good afternoon. I hope you all can hear me. I'm actually going to double check because yesterday when I went live, the first 2 minutes, there was no sound. And I know I was not on. Oh, okay. I am live. Okay. So we stopped last night on the playlist of phone calls from prison. I can't remember at this point which one it was, but it was the 10:22 a.m. call. Hey, Citizen Kane, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, recap. We stopped at the 11/8 of 2023, 10:22 a.m. call. And it was an hour and 40 minutes. Okay. So this next one's going to start at like 12:18 p.m. So just a few minutes later. I don't know. I guess they hang up and then get back on the phone. Hey, Rebecca Rose. Good to see you. I want to point out a couple things. One thing that we did hear is that Charlie was creeping on Wendi in the courthouse. He sees what he thinks is a groupie who likes to come and watch defendants in trial. She looks like Jennifer Aniston in a blue dress. Meanwhile, it's his sister. Okay. Another thing, and I didn't catch it last night, but at the end, okay, Wendi is literally at the apartment talking to Harvey in another room during the. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, it just went power off. I hope I'm not gonna have to deal with that. Oh, well, whatever. So, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, it's the soft S. I mean, the soft O, not the long O. Okay. So Charlie and Donna are talking, and then Donna starts talking about how she has purchased him care packages, 2 giants. And she's got the date for the first one. She's like, "Oh, I purchased it on it's October 28th I got it." And then she can't find the date for the second one, but whatever. His jury selection in his trial started on October 23rd. So 5 days into his trial, she's purchasing him large, giant commissary care packages. She knew he was cooked. He wasn't coming home. She knew he was not coming home. So, okay, I just wanted to point that out. Hey, John Smith. Hey, I did not set this up early. I literally just like went live because I want to continue on. I was re-listening and I noticed a few things. I noticed that Don is buying him commissary care packages during his trial. Okay, I'm not playing anything yet. It's just doing that. Okay, hold on.
Continuing with Charlie and
Okay, I just had the video paused at the beginning. And we're listening to phone calls from prison, but I guess the bottom line to the last phone call is Donna's purchased him care packages during his trial. The first one was 5 days into his trial on the 28th of October. And then she purchased him another one. She knows he's not coming home. So, again, that just feeds to the sacrificial lamb. All right. Let's get going. And yes, I am outside, so you're going to hear all kinds of stuff. I'm not turning off my air. So, yeah, there's like noise because it's hot. Okay.
Donna Adelson's calls in chronological order. This next call was made immediately after the one in Part 8. They talk about his trial and jury selection. Charlie also talks a lot about Wendi driving near Dan Markel's house about an hour after he was murdered. Take a listen.
Charlie.
Yeah,
no worries.
You got both of us.
Yeah, got us both.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm going to be all right.
I know you will, Charlie.
You will, Charlie.
I'm going to be good. I'll be strong. I'll be fine.
Yes. I know you will. This
Sorry.
is crappy where you are. This is going to be, it's going to get better as you get the hell out of that room. That does a little better.
I'll feel a little better once I get into the other pod and I can move around a little bit.
Right.
Like,
Right. I know.
Right.
You're stuck in here.
I'm literally like in solitary hell.
You did 5 months already. It's really hard to go back to that.
Yes, Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane's asking, was it BS about packing his luggage for a stay at a 5-star hotel? Yeah, and Charlie is too stupid to realize it. Like, Donna was not even in town. Her and Harvey's behind are holed up in Annie and Ronnie's place in Sarasota hiding. That's where they are during Charlie's trial. Donna was not here in Tallahassee to hear the verdict and drive Charlie home. She didn't have luggage waiting for him. She is buying him giant commissary care packages. Okay, I don't know what those consist of. I'm sure people might have covered that somewhere. I'm not really interested in regards to what's in the package. I know a lot of people are. It's fine. No judgment there. I just don't give a shit about what people are getting when they're convicted murderers. But Donna's not here to drive Charlie home after a not guilty verdict. She's buying him commissary giant packages, and I'm thinking that they're fairly large, and I think that they're kind of expensive. Well, I mean, I don't know. But she bought him 2 during his trial. The first one was October 28th. She never gets the date of the second one, but they've been delivered. They've been delivered to Leon County, but he just can't get them yet because he's still in the mental health section. Yeah. And Charlie is so stupid. Like, why didn't he say when Donna says that I was there with your suitcase packed to drive you home? Why didn't Charlie say, I didn't see you in the courtroom during my verdict? Mom, where were you and Dad? He is the sacrificial lamb for the family. All right, I'm going to keep going.
Terrible.
Well, at least then I can look outside my window. This is not like, I feel like this place is filthy. I think you can't step on the floor, just piss on the floor. You stick to the floor, there's blood on the walls and shit on the ceiling.
So, as I told you, I told you exactly at 12:05 when Dan texted me what he said. So he's trying, Charlie.
Yeah, no, I know. This Chief Mac, who's like, this chief, we got him in charge of once. He's supposed to come down and see me.
Who's the one that he said he spoke to? He spoke to the other.
He spoke to Whaley.
Well, that's it. He spoke to him.
Yeah. It's just, it is a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
More than a lot.
It is, Charlie.
It's unfathomable. It's unthinkable. It's more than a lot. I mean,
Charlie's still waiting on Chief Mac because Donna's called the manager, right? Chief Mac is busy, Charlie. He'll get to you when he gets to you.
Right. I can't.
It just kills me because I knew that this is what Tallahassee was on the table. I knew exactly, and it's like no matter what your case is, no matter who your lawyers are, no matter what jury consultants you get, you're still dealing with the 911 operators and coming out for your jury's trial.
Dad actually doesn't know you. He told me the story before, about one of the people. She was on the jury, right?
No. We had to use an X to get rid of her. The judge wouldn't release her for cause.
Just wouldn't release her for cause. The mother of the 911.
No,
the aunt, right?
Her nephew took the 911 call when Dan was shot. He's the one that's heard on the call during the dispatch. So
yes, and the dispatch 911 guy did not do a fabulous job. We all know, but this just goes to show you that Donna has not listened at all to Charlie during these, 10 calls so far, whatever number we're on. She can't even get the facts straight. Oh, it's the mother of the 911. No, it's the aunt, like Charlie's trying to, yep. Donna is not listening to you. Donna and Harvey don't care about you, Charlie.
The aunt came out for jury selection. And we said to the judge, well, we're going to be, what if we're critical of her nephew who's taking the call and where there's some critique that we have, and that's his aunt, and she's on the jury and she's listening to us critique her nephew's performance. And she said, well, I could be fair and treat him fair and give him a fair shot and follow the jury's instructions and pursue him to be innocent until proven guilty. And they go, okay, she can follow the rule of law. We can keep her. They can keep her in the pool. The only people who got kicked off for cause are that they said they can't follow the judge's instructions and they can't change their thoughts that they had on the case.
Yeah.
Like I had the mayor. The mayor was with all these people for 8 hours. They were with the mayor of Tallahassee. He was the last one we brought in. And we asked him if he knew about the case. He said he knew about the case. He thought I was guilty. And he said, there's nothing you can say that would make me change my mind.
So he got
okay, you're struck for cause. That gets you struck for cause. But being the aunt of the 911 operator in the trial,
not
you're good to go. Not struck for cause.
Right.
So you had to use one of your strikes on her. It wouldn't take her.
No, I had to use my strike on her. I mean, how much closer to the case can you get?
No.
And then you got the guy who knows all about the case, who was a lieutenant, and he was with the Miami-Dade Police, 24-year arson investigator, know-it-all.
Hey, Leslie B.
Knows everything. Told us he had a photographic memory. Duman asked him a couple questions. He said the guy didn't know what he was talking about. Later, he asked specific questions about stuff. The guy knew all about the case, but he said it could be fair and be impartial. But you got to get this guy off. Like, it was the people that we were using our 10Xs on were people that, you could not sit them on your jury. You already.
Okay. Hey, Leslie B. Hey, Katherine Lacasse. Thank you guys for joining. So, okay, just to recap real quick. Last night we went late. This is the call right after the call that was an hour and 40 minutes when, Charlie's talking about the groupie in the blue dress looking like Jennifer Aniston. It's Wendi. But then also at the end of the call, Donna's talking about sending these giant care packages or commissary packages or whatever. So one thing I realized, Charlie's trial started with jury selection on the 23rd of October, and Donna buys not one, but two of those giants for Charlie. And the first one she orders is on the 28th of October. It's 5 days into his trial. She knew he was not coming home. She was never here with luggage to drive him home after a not guilty verdict. All of this is bullcrap. And Charlie's so stupid, he doesn't realize it. Rebecca Ross says, no one in history of trials has called strikes X's, right? Oh my God, this dude is so pathetic. Oh, with a capital P. Okay, we're going to keep going. Now I think he starts talking a lot of really bad stuff about the jurors in this one. And of course, they're, singing the praises of Josh Dubin and Daniel Rashbaum. And for those of you who don't know, yes, the Tallahassee mayor sat there all day for 8 hours. He was second to last in the jury pool, and he sat there all day. He totally could have gotten excused early on, but then he was like, no, I know about the case, and I think he's guilty.
Dude, they were there to convict. It was painfully obvious. But Dan said, listen, I don't know how truthful our jury was when they on the ones we picked. I mean, you only know what they tell you.
Of course.
If they say, I know nothing, it's hard to get the full question.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you're going to release all these people's names to the community just because who's the hell the jury. People are going to be curious, just glance at the names, see if I know anybody. That small town mentality. Let me look at the names, see if I know anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I know this person. Well, do you think this person, if they let me go, they want to be getting phone calls from that person? Well, what are you, crazy?
Yeah.
I think the case that I've had this whole long talk with Mom, but I'll make it short. I think the case got dumbed down to Wendi as a TV repairman. She got a TV joke. She got a TV as a gift. The undercover guy is trying to extort you for money. Mom referenced the TV. You got the TV coincidence that it's unbelievable that TV came up that many times. On the day of the murder, TV getting repaired. That's her alibi. Then the other thing that's unshakable is what Katherine said. She just couldn't help herself. She had to drive to the scene of the crime. Out of her way on the liquor store. The regional liquor store's closer and shows up an hour after everything was done because she just couldn't help herself. Well, if it's true and Wendi showed up because she knew something was going to happen, then I'm guilty. Without a doubt. If you want to say it's a coincidence, then you can excuse that with the word coincidence. But like the things line up, they line up.
Hey, crickets on Harvey and Donna's side right now. It got dumbed down to Wendi driving by the crime scene. They're not saying a word.
So you have an explanation, or you just say it's a coincidence. But you can't use the word coincidence too many times before someone says, do you think I'm stupid? Like, how often do you want to say the word coincidence before you tell me I'm stupid? Or think I'm stupid, or take me for stupid. Then you have all these other people piling on who have motives. Every good person running their mouth has a fucking motive. They all have motives up there. Even my best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick said this. Okay, I didn't even know the guy at 14. I had 2 text messages with him. Doesn't matter. She said he's my best friend. He must be my best friend. So like, you could boil the whole case down to what the fuck's Wendi doing at his house an hour after he gets shot. That's the whole case.
I know, right? Right, Tallygal? I know. I know. Sometimes I feel sorry for him, but then I remember what a narcissistic POS he is. But this entire, you guys, these jail calls are golden. Like, I find their narcissism, and that's my opinion, but I find it fascinating for some odd reason. And hey, Tallygal, thanks for joining us. Let's see what Katherine's saying. Charlie, you need to spill the tea on Wendi. She's why you were in prison. You didn't do anything. That's what he thinks. I mean, you guys, again, I have not looked up more words in the thesaurus for delusional. I can't come up with anything. Like, they are effing delusional. Excuse my language.
If it's a coincidence, I could be innocent. If it's not a coincidence, I have to be guilty.
Well, not just you. If you're guilty, Wendi's guilty.
Of course. Yeah, she has prior knowledge.
That's what she was
She
saying.
showed up, right? I mean, she basically called her out on it. Like, she couldn't help but go see. Well, that's like saying that she was a part of it. She couldn't help herself. Wasn't that what happened?
That's exactly what she said.
So she's giving a logical, simple explanation to a simple act. She showed up because she knew something was going to happen. Why else would she? What else are the chances of Wendi leaving her house 7 miles away, looking to drive down any street on that date, at that time, an hour after everything happened, for one reason only, and it's to go buy a bottle of liquor? Were there no liquor stores close to her house? Yeah, they mapped out like 3 or 4 or 5 of them. Was that the most direct route to the liquor store? It was the route she knew how to go, but it wasn't the most direct route. So it's not the most direct route. It passes 3 other liquor stores that are way closer. And she's looking to drive down that street on that time, on that date. I said to Mom, Dad, I said, what are the chances of that? Like 1 in 10,000 or more?
More. I mean, it's just, it's so crazy. It's so crazy, but but it happened.
Yeah. But then what happens is then they fill it in with all the chicken shit that they're trying to make chicken salad out of, where they throw in, we've got emails, we've got angry. But at that time, to drive down any street on that date, at that time, an hour after everything happened, for
Citizen
one
Kate,
reason
trying
only,
to find it.
and it's to go buy a bottle of liquor. Were there no liquor stores close to her house? Yeah, they mapped out like 3 or 4 or 5 of them. Was that the most direct route to the liquor store? It was the route she knew how to go, but it wasn't the most direct route. So it's not the most direct route. It passes 3 other liquor stores that are way closer. And she's looking to drive down that street on that time, on that date. I said to Mom, Dad, I said, what are the chances of that? Like 1 in 10,000 or more?
More. I mean, it's just, it's so crazy. It's so crazy, but but it happened.
Yeah. But then what happens is then they fill it in with all the chicken shit that they're trying to make chicken salad out of, where they throw in, we've got emails, we've got angry emails, we've got this, we've got that. Like me saying I didn't just say I got 1 reason for you not to buy a house. I said I got 5 reasons for you not to.
He just said, Citizen Kane, I don't know if we missed it or not. I'm so sorry. But then he starts talking about like
Chicken shit that they're trying to make chicken salad out of.
they have chicken shit that they're trying to make chicken salad out of. Just picture that, right? I don't know. I'll have to re-listen. I want to get through this one, so I'm going to keep going, but I don't know. I don't know if she just said that. But he has said that before in these jail calls. Like if he's guilty, she's guilty, and they're speaking about Wendi. Hey, Susie Q, good to see you. Thanks for joining. And thank you everybody for being here. I don't want to do this alone.
Where they throw in, we've got emails, we've got angry emails, we've got this, we've got that. Like me saying I didn't just say I got 1 reason for you not to buy a house. I said I got 5 reasons for you not to buy a house. But like, you've got, you put everything together, and you got Wendi showing up at the crime scene an hour after it happened and trying to drive past the house. Like it has to be either she knew about it or it's a crazy coincidence.
Yeah.
And if you vote that she knew about it, then you got to vote guilty. I think it literally got dumbed down to like block everything else that Dan said. Everything Dan said was just an excuse at that point. It was, do you think that she drove by the house because she knew, or she drove by the house because it was a coincidence at that time? One is it. Which one is it?
Yeah.
That day, that time, that location, with a very poor reason, to be honest with you. I mean, the logical reason is if you're going to a liquor store, there's three or four of them that are closer. If you're going to go to that liquor store, there's a more direct route to go to that liquor store. You went out of your way to go to that liquor store. So if you're going from A to B, why take a detour past his house on that date on that time? So I think the whole case, honestly, I think the whole case got dumbed down. So I want to believe it's a 1 in 10,000. I think you can honestly dumb it down to. So I want to believe there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, or she had prior knowledge. If you say she had to have had prior knowledge, is probability. Yeah, the reason.
So, of course, Charlie's not listening to himself as he's ranting and raving and realizing that Wendi was the complete mastermind. But yeah, Citizen Kane's right. Yep. Citizen Kane, I just always say she because most of the people who listen to me are female. So I apologize if I misgender anybody. But Citizen Kane says you sent Wendi a picture of Katie on Halloween telling Wendi not to buy her house. Yes, that was a sign. And it's the Key West picture. Because not only are they in Key West, okay, so this is one thing that I gathered through the brutal Katie proffers and then other things putting together. Charlie and Katie actually go to Key West for his birthday on October 27th of 2013. And that's when that picture gets taken. And then a few days later is when he's with Katie on Halloween at Lincoln Road and asks her, do you know someone who can harm someone? But then fast forward on June 27th through the 29th, that the last weekend in June of 2014, Katie and Charlie are back in Key West and they're having what Charlie texts to Donna is their goodbye tour. And it makes sense that he's taken Katie to Key West, like not only once, but twice, because we know that Charlie, he's got a ton of Xannies, right? He also has Coca-Cola, just my opinion, but based on the information, he might even have some roids in there. And then he also has weed. He's got a lot of weed. So it makes sense that Charlie, the multimillionaire, he only takes trips where he's in a vehicle traveling because he doesn't need to go through airport check, right? Airport checks because he needs to take his drugs to a vacay. Let's see what everyone's saying. Charlie bought George's case hook, line, and sinker. I know. Because he's so mad. I mean, he talks about feeling confident when he comes back on Monday, but remember, he looks gray. He did not sleep all weekend. And then that's the morning that starts the closing arguments on the 6th, which was a Monday. And then, of course, he's convicted by the afternoon. But yeah. He's like, that's why he keeps saying that she dumbed it down to a 3rd or 4th grade level, because Georgia basically like puts it all in a nice package in her closing. And he realizes that he is cooked. Let's see what Cam's saying. Charlie is a great witness for the prosecution in Wendi's trial. Could they use this recording if Charlie becomes a hostile witness? I don't know. I hope so. Because I kind of think that one reason why they're running their mouths so much, they're trying, not only are they trying to convince themselves that they spent good money, right? There's like some buyer's remorse stuff happening. 1, 2, Charlie's head is going crazy. So he's just replaying, he's replaying his life in his head, or this trial in his head. But I also feel like they're just, not only are they trying to convince themselves, they know it's being recorded. they're trying to act like everything that was evidence is still a coincidence. So they just keep repeating themselves. I don't know. I know that might sound a little nutty. But this is like fascinating. Hey, Beach Bum. late for a very important date. No, we're good to see you. Glad that you're here. We're just listening to the okay, I kept saying delusional. I finally pulled it up. Thesaurus. Merriam-Webster. Delusional. Synonyms are hallucinatory, delusive, surreal, imaginary, deceptive, fanciful, fictional. Well, fancy fiction gets her name from that. Fictitious, unreal, mythical, make-believe, phantom, hypothetical, visionary, and then it goes on. Oh, romantic is another one. Okay. Hey, Emily, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm going to keep going. And yes, Charlie, have you figured it out yet? Your mom bought not one, but 2 giant commissary care packages during your trial. She knew you weren't coming home, bud.
She didn't want to go to the other liquor stores. Really never came out. The reason that she gave that she took a more out of the way route to that liquor store really never came out. The fact is, she was planning on traveling down this street on that date at that time. One of 2 reasons. Either knew or didn't know. And if you knew, you got to put everything out the window and be like, I don't even listen to anything else. It's guilty. She knew something was going to happen. That's simple. And that's why such a big deal was made about Wendy's travel route that day.
Yeah.
That was a big piece of evidence.
Yeah, you know.
That was a big piece of evidence, and the TV was a big piece of evidence. And not for me making a joke, but just
the repair.
The repair being done that day, and when the undercover comes to you that day, everything's always revolving around the TV set. Do I want to believe that was a coincidence? 2 big coincidences? Like, I could have bought her anything else but a fucking move out. I could have bought her a blender. I could have bought her a sofa. Bought her a rug. Like, that one object that keeps coming up. Gotta be code for something, otherwise why would we keep referencing it? I swear to God, I really truly believe that you look at those, can you hear me okay? Hello?
Okay, so I think the big question is here, and okay, I've never been divorced, so I don't really know how it goes, but why are you buying your sister a divorce present, period? That's odd to me. I mean, maybe that happens. I don't know. Someone in the chat can let me know. But you buying your sister a divorce present is odd. Another creep. Another sign of the creep.
I know. No, we're here, honey. I'm listening to you. I mean, I get it.
There's pain in itself back and forth, but I really truly believe that if you look at the coincidence of traveling on that date, that time, you listen to her reasons, they don't really hold that much water for. They don't sound logical when you say there was 3 or 4 more liquor stores. When you say that there's a more direct route to that liquor store, reasoning starts to kind of sound a little soft. And then you add it up with the TV,
Gallows.
and how and when it came into conversations, and all of a sudden you're like, it's either both coincidences or she knows and that's why she's there, and he knows and that's why she's talking about TV. We solved the case. Like, I really truly believe that's what it came down to. After that, I think they could block everything out of the house. They have her map, they have her days, they have her times, they have the TV code. I mean, bring that in the room over and over and over and over again. Like, that was in the opening and that was in the closing.
Yeah.
And the only way you can explain something is this thing. coincidence, but two big coincidences. One big coincidence is hard to swallow. Two big coincidences surrounding the case starts you making you say, like, how many coincidences are you allowed?
Yeah, no, we talked about that before. It's like too many. How is it possible? Just impossible.
You know, I mean, your house is literally 300 feet from the turnpike. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, I mean, certain things are like, Jesus, like.
I don't think that was it. I think the things you mentioned are what they dummied it down to, because that's easy.
Okay.
You know, that's easy to remember.
When you need to think about it, you think, is there any way, like, what are the chances of her showing up? Like, and listen, if she showed up and she knew that it was all set up, what are the chances of her showing up randomly? I would say 1 in 10,000. You know, because of the timing and the
No,
yeah,
of course.
in the thousands, 1 in 10,000. So on that date, okay, so you're saying it's.
Hello, doe-eyed blonde. Good to see you. I love your name. Let's see what doe-eyed blonde is saying. What if Wendi planned the Geek Squad via her mom and dad without Charlie knowing? Her own evil alibi to frame Charlie and her parents even more. Charlie acts like he's really surprised. You're guilty. Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of speaks to Grish's theory that a lot of us have kind of gotten on board with, that at some point in time, Wendi was waiting for it to happen, and it's not happening. And Wendi circumvented Charlie and Katie and went straight to Siggy. Because I believe Luis when he says, when he saw her on the street, he's like, he looked, then she looked, and that's what caught my attention. Because no matter what people think of Luis, he's visual, right? He's, I guess he's considered illiterate, like does not know how to read or write. I believe he's gotten a GED at this point in time. But at the time, I mean, he's a visual person. He's got to catch all that stuff around. It's almost like, I'm just going to say this. Okay. And I don't know if any of you guys ever watched the series Sue Thomas, FBI. She's like she was the deaf person in the FBI that got a job in the surveillance department because she could read lips. Well, when you don't have a certain sense, like, Luis can't read or write. So he's visual. He picks up everything that's going on around him. That's how he knows that Sigfredo is not telling the truth. Anyone think they were in Sarasota? JIC, Pat Sanford left after Charlie was convicted and knocked on their door in Miami. Oh, what? Well, probably. Okay, now I'm realizing that JIC is just in case. Yeah. I think that they were hiding out in Sarasota. But yeah, no, I understand your question. Thanks, Beach Bum. No, I totally 100% believe that they were not in Miami because they knew he was going to get convicted and they were hiding out. And that's why Annie and Ronnie let them have their house. Tallygal says Donna feels obligated to listen to Charlie's endless whining to assuage her guilt for being an evil mother to Charlie. I agree. And for making sure that he was the sacrificial lamb to protect Wendi and her. Okay. She didn't get protected, but I mean, to this date, Wendi is still protected. Let's see. Citizen Kane's asking, do you think Rashi put them both up to this nonsense declaration of innocence? Probably. I don't know. I think he's slimy AF. And I do not believe that he was hired to defend Charlie. I believe he was hired to defend Donna and Wendi, in my opinion, and based on the trial. I mean, he was mesmerized by Wendi on the stand. And that's my opinion. But you guys can, watch that. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna keep going through your comments, but I'm gonna go back to this video real quick.
Coincidence. And George Kaplan's gone. She just couldn't help herself. She knew why she showed up. She couldn't help herself. What sounds like a more logical explanation?
Yeah.
Just common sense. Dan's trying to explain something away that's a 1 in 10,000 chance. And you know what happens? You start having to excite days. Eventually, it sounds like you're just making excuses.
Yeah.
So instead of being able to explain the other stuff, which is the meat and potatoes of the case, we're having to fight. What the fuck is Wendi doing there on that day and that time? If she's there because she knew, you gotta go kill her. You use common sense. I really think it's, honestly, I hate to say it, but I think it completely got, instead of being able to focus on meat and potatoes, it got the crazy coincidences, and then the batshit crazy, emails going back and forth. And then it just sets the stage for them showing autopsy photos. And it just adjusted it.
It's how she, it's not even so much sum it up, it's how she sloughed over everything and made it so simple at the end. So simple.
Well, listen, I mean, I'm putting myself in the juror's position. If you're telling me that she showed up there and that I'm hearing the excuses of why she showed up, it's kind of feeling a little like I'm being sold something, but I can buy it. Then you're telling me about the TV not being a total coincidence. Okay. But now you got all this other stuff you're trying to kind of like you almost, there's too many coincidences of things technically involved around the case are very hard to explain away other than saying that was just a fucking coincidence.
Yeah.
That was a 1 in 10,000. That was a 1 in 10. By the way, that's why people think he's guilty.
What?
We're about, hang on. Oh my God. Okay. We're about to rewind 5 seconds, but yes. Okay. I want to go to the comments real quick. Thank you guys, everybody, for being here. I love this. Doe-eyed blonde, he said, on board. I get it with Rivera. He sees it, says it, thinks it. It's tactile with him. Sorry. He felt it in his gut. And then she says, my YouTube name is from Wendi's first trial. I think you're talking about shaming a J. He said it and I ran with it. No, that's funny. Yeah, because I mean, there's people like Adelson hater, right? There's all these different names that are associated with this case, and people have changed their YouTube channel or YouTube channel name to reflect it. Oh, okay. I already read that one. I'm sorry. I saw something else that you wrote, Tallygal. Yeah. Tallygal says, I believe Luis and Grish. And then then Tally's like, Luis relies keenly on his senses because he's had to. I agree. And you guys, he knows that Sigfredo is not telling him stuff. I mean, and of course we learn later, Sigfredo didn't tell him he got pulled over when he first got the car on June 2nd and then had to go rent another car on June 3rd and then pick up Luis to go on June 4th. Yeah, and Katie should be scared shitless because she started all of this. And I think it was on it was Leslie's live stream Sunday, the book club. We kind of got into a discussion about this. Okay, even if Wendi circumvented Charlie and Katie and went straight to Sigfredo, it still does not mean that Charlie and Katie are not guilty as well, right? They started this ball. And when you read the Florida statute, principal, overt acts, to commit murder. They're still guilty of the three things, even if the prosecution hasn't put it together yet. I mean, maybe they have. I hope that they have. Jeez Louise. But they're still on, I mean, they're still definitely guilty. It's okay, Beach Bum. Don't worry about it. Beach Bum says that she's all thumbs or a mess. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, Rebecca Ross. Rebecca Ross was in the elevator when little Rashi was exiting, was cashing out, dipping out on Donna. He knew what was up. And Donna hiring him for her trial, for her criminal murder trial, is the second conflict. Yeah, Rashbaum should be. Well, I believe that Rashbaum is still under investigation, even though I don't really know what the Florida bar does, but I would say in the past like 6-7 months, there was an article, I believe it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and it listed a whole bunch of results from the Florida bar investigations, and some of them were over 2 years old. And it was showing, what attorney and what part of the state got, whether it was disbarred or punished or suspended or fined, whatever. I mean, I don't think we're going to know if there's an ongoing investigation with the Florida bar until it's over. Okay, Cam says Luis knew Katie was not being honest as he had the backstory from his wife. Yeah, Jessica. That is why he turned on them and he realized that they were cheating and lying to him. Yeah. Well, and also, okay, so when he first goes into federal custody, right, for his RICO stuff, when he first goes into federal custody, he is in Arizona, but then he gets transferred to Coleman, which is a federal prison in Florida. And while he's in Coleman, and he says this in his proffer, while I'm in Coleman, I keep hearing that they're still spending money. They're buying cars. Like, he knows that Sigfredo and Katie are still getting money from the dentist. He knows. And that means that he ain't still getting money for having gotten pulled into this crap. Yeah, Beach Bum says, like when Harvey said, throw shite on the wall and see if it sticks. The irony of Charlie being confined. Confinement. I know, complaining about the very thing. I know. And it's so funny when Harvey says that. I think it's like, I don't know. Is it the same phone call, another phone call? Who knows? I mean, these all just run together over time. But Charlie's been complaining about shit on the walls. And then Harvey says, throw shit on the walls and see if it sticks. Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay. That's where he got stabbed. Okay. He got stabbed in Arizona. Yeah. That might be why they moved him to Coleman. But yeah, I mean, like, that's not even the term, Harvey. Isn't it like throw spaghetti on the wall and see if it sticks? Okay, let me get back to these two. Oh, I'm sorry, these three, because, Harvey's chiming in occasionally.
I didn't hear that.
That's why people think Wendy's guilty is what the fuck. Fucking coincidence.
Yeah.
That was a 1 in 10,000. That was a 1 in 10. By the way, that's why people think Wendy's guilty.
What? I didn't hear that.
That's why people think Wendy's guilty is what the fuck. Oh, she's doing the scene.
What?
Okay, so Charlie just said that's why they think Wendy's guilty, and Donna's like, what? I'm going to hush, but I'm going to go back to it for another 5 seconds, and then we're going to just keep listening.
That was a 1 in 10,000. That was a 1 in 10. By the way, that's why people think he's guilty.
What? I didn't hear that.
That's why people think Wendy's guilty is what the fuck was she doing showing up at the scene.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I understand that. And now that you're guilty, she's guilty.
Well, if I...
Okay, there it goes. And now that you're guilty, she's guilty. And I forgot who asked early on because I thought I'd missed it. But someone early on said, did Donna just say, now that you're guilty, she's guilty? Yes. Thank you, Citizen Kane. Yes, there it is. Okay, we are going to go back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I understand that. And now that you're guilty, she's guilty.
100% Donna. Is Charlie listening? No. Nope, he's not. Nope.
If she showed up at that scene, it's because she had prior knowledge.
Right.
If she had prior knowledge, then it's guilty and not guilty.
Right.
Like, you can't explain things other than coincidence. It's like, that sometimes you can prove things are just coincidence. I remember one time I was saying to Dave's copy, like, oh, we got to get together soon, man. It's been years or whatever. And I was talking to him, I think I was walking the dog. And then the next day I was flying out to Vegas. I didn't tell him I was flying out to Vegas. He didn't tell me he was flying out to Vegas. The next day I remember walking around the pool, going to put my look for a chair at the Wynn. The Wynn Hotel. And they've got 2 pools. And I'm walking around the pool trying to get a chair. Literally, like, people are laying in a pool, they're laying face down or turned to the side. You can walk right by. It's not like I'm really looking at people. I start walking around the pool. I'm out there for 4 minutes. I walk right into it.
I know. That was the craziest coincidence, right? You just had
spoken the night before, said, we got to get together soon, and then
see you the next day.
I didn't tell him I was going to Vegas. He didn't tell me he was going to Vegas. And there's a pool, and I happened to be out there early. It was like 10 in the morning. And I went for a lap around the pool just to see what it looked like and just walk around, walk straight into it. How many hotels are there in Vegas? How many pools are there? How easy it is to stay at the same hotel and not run into somebody. He's in San Diego, on the Fort Lauderdale. The next day, we'll have a drink.
I know. Coincidence.
That's a coincidence. But like that kind of stuff. But then when you look into it, you can see, like, when did he buy his ticket? When did you buy your ticket? Were you communicating with them around the same time? Was there, who was he planning on going with? Or was I planning on going with? Do people know each other? Like, that's why they go into you calling Wendy and talking to her that morning about confirming her TV appointment.
Yeah.
Like, that's why there was so much time spent on it. I'm just replaying.
Okay, so I didn't know exactly who he was talking about in regards to running into him or running into that person in Vegas. At first, I was like, "Oh, is he talking about Ryan?" But I mean, whatever. I missed the name of the person. Whoever it is, it's someone who lives in San Diego. But I guess he's trying to explain that there's coincidences, right? Oh, coincidence, whatever. Okay. I've been to New York City one time in my life, and this was in 1997, and I'm near the Empire State Building, and I hear, "Hey, true crime wifey," and I'm running into someone that I know. Okay? Yeah, that shit happens. He's trying to equate running into someone that he knows to 100 coincidences in a murder trial. Another thing I forgot to say during like the very beginning of this, and I was talking about the recap from what we listened to yesterday. You guys, He calls Ryan Fitzpatrick a rapist. Did anybody catch that? I'm sorry, I should say grapist because of YouTube. But he called him that in the phone call that's right before this one. Just, okay, FYI.
Everything in my head, but like, that wasn't for any other reason but to show, look, you're calling her and talk to her first thing in the morning. I'm talking to her. Like, I'm in the car for an hour and a half while I'm working Jupiter.
Hey, Patricia Burns. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Our UK poet. Thank you. All right, we're going to still listen to these murderers.
Oh my God. But whatever happened with that person looked at Tortuga and they read it.
No.
What's that?
No, and he had another showing the other day. He asked if anyone read it at Tortuga.
No.
No. What did he say? It was too much?
No, I think, I don't know that one.
Oh, there was
The other
another
one that wanted to.
No, there was another one after that. He showed it a couple of times this week.
Shannon says to me, she's like, oh, what's going on with Tortuga? She said, I see you're taking.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Steve said he said the R word. Okay. Well, thanks. And hey, thanks for being here. I know. I mean, I almost said, well, I'll have to re-listen to it, but I'm not sure if I will. I mean, oof, these are brutal. But thanks for letting me know. Okay, so he called him a racist, not a grape. Okay, thank you. Oh, and I guess that maybe that's the reason why I said that is because of the posts that Ryan Fitzpatrick was calling Charlie like a Jewish murderer or a Jew or something. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, do I blonde? Yes, he did tell. Yes, Jeffrey says years ago, Jeff Lacasse shared many times her meds were off, her loose moral goal. Yep, helpless persona, cheating. She saw an opportunity with Siggy and couldn't help herself. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. Well, I mean, just FYI, I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick did travel abroad to Asian countries with him. So, I don't know. Whatever that meant, whatever Ryan was doing with Charlie during those trips, because we know what Charlie was doing.
Off the market. You know, like I got no idea.
No, I don't know who. I don't know who said that. Who said that?
Janet said it was taken off the market.
No, it's not.
Who said that?
Janice. No, the sign is outside. I talk to him almost every other day. Absolutely not. It's not the case.
Okay.
I don't know why she.
Yeah, the realtor site. Maybe they didn't have it on the same realtor site, or maybe you should look at it realty.com, or I don't know. They look pretty well.
Yeah, no, that's why, Dan, I keep thinking it's November. What's taking so long? I mean, we thought September, we thought October. I'm shocked, actually.
Well, I'm not shocked when there's an 8% interest rate. The house it costs more now than it did before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the people who aren't taking out loans are still like those really expensive homes where people aren't taking out loans when they're billions and millions of like $5-6 million homes. I think they're not taking out loans, but I think the homes where people take out loans get affected drastically when the 30-year mortgage is 8%.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because people who buy an $800,000 home, you know, the people who put $300 down and take the loan out for $500. put 200, they put 200 down and pay well over 600. But, and then it affects it.
Right.
I mean, look, I would see what you can do about renting it, maybe. Like, but if you sell it, and you get this one.
Yeah, that's
For me,
fine.
it's more,
I know.
just more of a package.
Yeah.
Like that place was made. Like, I know it wasn't fancy. I know it was like, I walked in and it was like, it was home. And I think mentally for like a year and a half, like, I've been walking into that house in my head, like envisioning, like, envisioning coming home.
He was talking about Wall Harbor.
I feel like I was con, to get quite honest with you. Like, you know, when you know better and then you make a mistake, you feel like you're like, it's one thing if you do something and you're like,
And they're totally, like Charlie thought he was coming home. They're talking about Wall Harbor. I mean, they just went through, real estate stuff, whatever. But he thought he was coming home, and they keep telling him that he was coming home. But we know from the last call, nope. Donna knew you weren't coming home, bud. She ordered you 2 giant commissary care packages during your trial before you were convicted. She wasn't there with your packed luggage to drive you home. Did you see her? Did you see her in the courtroom during your verdict? Your mom's a liar. And you still haven't listened to yourself.
this is what I think is the right thing to do, and then it doesn't work out. That's troubling your gut. Another thing, when your gut tells you something, and then you go, you know the decision you should make. Your gut tells you something, and then you get talked into something other than your gut, and then it turns out not to be the better thing. Then you get even more mad at yourself because you're like, I fucking knew better.
Right.
Like I knew exactly. Like I was able to articulate it. I was able to express it. I knew, like every step of the way, what things would look like. I literally, and I did because I told you.
No, I know you told me.
And I'm not talking about one thing in particular. I'm just saying lots of things. Like
Right.
I knew ahead of time. I knew I could see how things would turn out. I could see how Three would be moving to North Carolina. Like I could see things. I felt things. Like I could feel it in my bones. Like I saw things, I felt things, I knew things. I made observations. I made comments about it. I spoke about it. And then the next question is, okay, so what do you do with all that great gut feeling, Charlie? And then it's like, that's when I spiraled. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do what you mean.
I just, like, who the fuck is somebody to tell me better than what I know? Like, I could say, you want to believe, you want to go with the flow, you want to hope. Like, what the fuck do those words mean now?
Okay, so now he's back in his own head about not fleeing, listening to all the other smarter people around him, telling him he'll beat it. And so now he's like getting nostalgic again. This is like so fascinating. The way that this person with, in my opinion, an 85 to a 90 IQ is processing what has happened to him. He knows what's happened. He's verbalizing what's happened to him, but he's not listening to himself. He is something else. And, Ruth Markel, after Donna's verdict, during her impact statement, she told Donna off. Like, Donna, you pulled your son into this. Like, what kind of mother has their son help orchestrate a murder? And no, I'm not feeling sorry for him because he's a murderer. but he did it for the approval of Mama Donna.
You know, at the end of the day, I'm the one that's like, it's not sitting on my dinner plate. It's nobody else's dinner plate.
Oh,
I just know it could have been different. A lot of things could have been different. Not just, I'm not talking about just one thing.
yeah, I know.
A lot of things could have been so fucking different. And I really could have, like, you know, would things have been ideal? No. But they sure as fuck would have been different.
Yeah, they would have been different.
And by the way, I'm not just speaking about one thing in particular. So
I know.
anybody listening, I'm talking about multiple.
Yeah.
Not just one thing, not just two things, not just three things. But I'm just too smart, and I have too good of a gut. And I have the same shit with Enzo. He was the same shit. With me knowing better and me casting it away to somebody else's hands that the expert that knows better. Like, that has a vested interest. You know, that has a benefit, definitely has a benefit to them. But don't make no mistake about it. Like, there's a benefit to that, there's a benefit to other people along the way that have given me advice. I know they meant well, but I also know, like, that advice was also beneficial to them. You know.
Okay, so here's the Enzo comment again. That's his dog that got rattlesnake bitten or snake bitten. I don't know. It might have been a coral. And then the vet was trying to tell him it wasn't a snake bite, and then the dog ends up dying because he knew in his gut that Enzo had been bitten by a snake, and Enzo dies. I thought before that might be code for something, but I actually think that him telling Donna, trust your gut, trust my gut, I think that's code telling them to flee. But I think when he's talking about Enzo the dog, he's just in his own head thinking about a time when he was right and should not have listened to other people. The Enzo story might not be code. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows with this brain? Oh, geez.
I mean,
I do.
you know, when someone's advice to you ends with an opportunity for them, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
True.
If there is, even though they care about you, and even though they're, you know, even though they really are good people, they really do care about you, whatever you want to say.
Right.
However they want to dress it up, like, there is a benefit to them, and that can't be denied. Huge benefit.
No, of course not.
More than others. You know, whether it's financial or whether it's, being recognition or whatever it is, you know, there is a benefit, and they would commit too. So then you can't say there's no benefit. It's like if you feel something in your gut, and you know something, and you're so sure on it, and you're articulate on it, they just move on.
Yeah.
You know, move on. Okay.
You've always said that. Go with your gut.
Yeah. Go with your gut. Move on. Like, don't be impulsive. You know, but if you can really rationalize it, if you can really talk about it, if you can really think it through, if you're able to articulate good reasons behind it, pros and cons, like be smart. Don't be in denial. You know, like, especially when it's like, especially you got.
Okay, so I want to pause it for a second because a lot just happened. And I want to say yes. I mean, Rebecca Ross is right. Yes, Fredo. Like, I'm smart. I can do things, right? Godfather, Fredo. Which that actor was amazing. I forget his name, but Amazon Prime used to have like someone can remind me the actor's name who played Fredo in The Godfather. He was also in, why am I forgetting the name of that movie? Okay, whatever. But he died young. He was Meryl Streep's partner at the time. I believe he died of cancer. He was very young when he died. It was after Godfather 1 and 2. But yeah, Fredo. And then, of course, we have him. No, I don't think he's seen the light. He's not listening to himself. Someone asked, do any of them listen to themselves? No, they don't. Not him. He's not listening to himself at all. Another thing, I believe that Harvey has visited him in South Dakota twice, but I believe that was before Donna's trial. And that's just from other YouTubers learning about that. Okay, I do not have personal knowledge or personal research on it. Oh, geez. Okay, Leslie B says, I wouldn't be surprised if when Wendi was over, if Donna was playing on speaker so she could hear how pissed Charlie was over Trescott Drive by. I don't know. Because I mean, isn't she just always protecting Wendi? Maybe. But Donna was out on the balcony for a majority of that call while Harvey was inside with Wendi. And then at the end of the call, Wendy's left the building. And then she goes inside and continues to talk to Harvey. I don't know. Oh, yes, John Cassell. Thank you so much. Hey, New York Patriot lady. Good to see you. Thank you. No, I think he's a fabulous actor. There's a great little documentary on Amazon for him. I think I purchased it a few years ago. It was only $2.99, $2.99. It is under my purchases in Amazon Prime. San Diego isn't accommodating with records like Florida. I know they're not. I believe that the information in regards to Charlie being visited by Harvey, I know it was once with Bree and Roman and Harvey. And I think that was someone had picked that up from Bree's social media. Okay, remember, I'm only on YouTube. I don't do any other social media. Yes, but she was on speaker so Harvey could hear. Okay. Oh, okay. Waiting on the delivery of your headphones. Okay, good, Beach Bomb. And Donna says Wendi has to make a call to find out if she can talk to Charlie. Yeah. Yeah, that was odd. Well, so we know that whatever she got told by her attorney, Wendy's attorney, we know she never talks to Charlie. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to continue with them. Okay. And again, thank you all for being here and going through this with me. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks.
I don't know how to say it.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly. You don't have to say it. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I just sit here Not a chance. Honestly, Mom, you could bring Josh Dubin down next week, and you could bring Dan out here next week, and I mean, you didn't have one. This wasn't a hung jury. You didn't have fucking one. One would have gotten us a hung jury. A fiery debate in the fact that would at least had us waiting longer. There wasn't one.
Not one.
That means there wasn't one. Like, you know, it's not a case where it's like they got it wrong. I wasn't there. I could prove, you know, that I was in LA when they said I was here, and there's a big mix-up, and you come back on appeal. This is the evidence when they show up. This is the evidence of the TV show. This is the evidence of the emails. You know, the text messages where they're saying I'm dating someone 4 months after I'm dating them, and I'm not. Like, this was all thrown into a Tallahassee courtroom. There was no way that you were going to get 12 unanimous for you. You couldn't get one for you. It was sitting the ground. Not one. And that's with Dan hitting up a home run. That's with my testimony being flawless.
Yeah.
That's with witness after witness.
Oh, Leslie B., thank you so much for trying to get the body cam footage from Broward County, but we appreciate that. But you guys imagine spending $1 million or whatever he spent on Rashbaum and Josh Dubin. Imagine spending $1 million and or more money on all these people just to be hoping that you get one hung juror. Oh my goodness. The delusion is real. It's so bizarre. I guess I'll just start using imaginary. I did look up in the thesaurus for additional words for delusional, but I like Delulu. Okay, continuing on. Poor pitiful Charlie. Oh, and he's still in the mental ward. Chief Mack has not arrived yet to assess him because Donna's called the manager. He's still waiting on Chief Mack.
And getting more than he thought he'd get out of it. He got Luis Rivera to admit that it could have been an extortion. Like, that right there should have been like,
Yeah.
you don't even have to testify. That's reasonable doubt right there.
Right there. I know.
That's enough. But it got dumbed down to Wendi couldn't help herself but show up. And if that is true, then I have to be guilty. And if I was sitting on a jury and someone praises to me like that, and
He just said it got dumbed down that Wendi went to the crime scene because she couldn't help herself. And then I'm guilty. Hey, Beach Chillin', good to see you. Yeah, okay, I'm trying to get through these. Okay, I'm trying to get through this phone calls from prison playlist. Hey, Lily Willow, good to see you too. Thanks for joining. All right, I'm going to keep going. There is, oh, geez. We got another 17 minutes of these two.
gave the reasons of the labor of liquor stores or route or time, and all the little things you want to explain in a way. It was either she knew about it or we're very mistaken. And if she knew about it, you know how to take everything else off the table.
Yeah.
That's a 1 in 10,000. So you're going to tell me 1 in 10,000 is the chance? You're basically telling me I got a 9,999 times I'm going to be right when I answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
Or 1 in 10,000, that's the number. It's going to say, you know what? There's a chance. no idea. That's just a crazy chance. And well, think about it. You got a 1 in 10,000 chance of truly being innocent if you look at it like that. That's why that was a big deal made about in the opening. That's the reason why it was a big deal made about it in the closing, because that's your 1 in 10,000 chance that it was a coincidence with a couple more explanations. Like, if she knew about it, if you believe she knew about it, and that's why she's there, and you can deal beyond a reasonable doubt, sure, that that's why she was there, then you got to go. I honestly think it got dumbed down, stuff like that.
It did. I mean, you're right.
And I hate to say it, but I put myself and her in a juror's position.
It's
And I
how
think I'd be smart enough.
yeah, it's how it's presented.
She's presented like she couldn't help herself. And then you got all these other people who have motives, and of course they're going to throw shit at the wall.
Right.
So you got the shit getting thrown on the wall, and then you got the 1 in 10,000 chance. She shows up at the fucking crime scene an hour after the citizens by chance 7 miles out of the way. Like, you know what it says, like, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining?
Yeah.
Right. That's when people hear shit like that, and then they say that.
Yeah.
What's the truth? Combine that with all the other stuff that you got, and you just. I mean, if I was working in Fort Lauderdale, started at 8:30, they wouldn't be one of those calls. That one.
There might be what? I didn't hear that.
There would be almost none of those calls that morning.
Oh, right.
You know, in the car for an hour and a half. I mean, if they had the text message and me and Katie fighting, where I called her apologizing for calling her a bitch the day before, you know, like, so that just means that we were fighting. That's all it means. Wendy's showing up at the crime scene an hour after it happens by chance, after she talks to her mom and her brother that morning. She couldn't help herself. Katherine gave the facts and gave a logical explanation that I guess 99 out of 100 times you'd have to say that would have to be the case. I don't buy Wendy's answer of going to a liquor, passing 4 closer liquor stores. Why didn't you just take a more direct route? She passes 4 liquor stores and takes an indirect route to go to a liquor store further away so she could drive out of the house an hour after that. I mean, it's 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 she's telling the truth. And you can, you know, when they say like beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yeah.
if she showed up on purpose at that place at that time, then he's guilty. That's almost like corroborating evidence. I really think that's how someone can easily look at everything, come up with that.
Oh my goodness. Charlie, are you listening to yourself? Are you you don't? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. He doesn't know. Well, I mean, he's verbalizing that he totally got played by his mama and his sister, but he's not listening to himself. I mean, that entire part was Wendi knew. Wendi knew it was going to happen. She knew outside of Charlie when it was going to happen. He's not. Oh my God. This is, I don't even know what we call this. Hallucinatory.
That very hard to explain back. And then and they stop telling me I'm stupid and you're so smart. You'll write another book. You know, by the way, every time you tell someone it's a coincidence, you give them shitty explanation. People always feel like you're
Dad's the same to me, 2008, I know.
what? Who say that?
What?
She didn't say 2000.
No, she didn't say 2008, I know, but she, I know.
So the book.
Just to answer this real quick, I think Cam, is it Cam? Yeah. Yeah, Charlie got life without parole for murder 1. And then the other 2 charges were conspiracy to commit murder and solicitation to commit murder. Each of those were 30 years each, running concurrently. So he got life without parole plus 60, which is what his mama got too. Let's see. Hey, TSW, thanks for being here. Said he should have told mommy no. I bet he's sitting saying to himself, I've told her mom no. He would not be where he is. He knows what he's done. I hope he enjoys his new life in prison for life. Yeah, me too. Me too. Because he's still a murderer. Even if you got played, bud, you're still a murderer. You're a dumbass. And okay, so I know earlier, like I said, when Donna was talking to him, and I'm like, liar. If you guys have ever seen Legally Blonde, okay, it might be a mindless movie, whatever. I love it. It's one of my favorites. It's one that I can watch over and over and over. It's up there with Shawshank Redemption, The Firm, A Few Good Men. Okay, Pelican Brief. But Reese Witherspoon in the beginning, like after Warren breaks up with her and she's like watching the soaps and she's like, liar! And she like throws the chocolates. And then there's another scene with Paulette. I cannot remember what the actress name is. She's the one that's in Best in Show. She's totally hilarious. And they go to get her dog from her ex-old man. And she's like, it means I'm taking the dog. Dumbass. So yeah, liar and dumbass. Like those are the 2 words I want to call these people. Sorry. Side note. Okay. Cam says 2 questions. Did Charlie see his mother put the money in his car as Katie wasn't there, so couldn't be in her car? And how did Katie know the deed was done? Well, Katie says Charlie told her my parents dropped off the money. I think she says in another point in time, his mom dropped off the money. Then Katie says Charlie put the money in the trunk of her car. And to this day, none of us know why. Katie said when Sigfredo powers back up his phone at 12:30 p.m. after Dan was shot at 10:53 a.m., so about, a little over an hour and a half later, when Sigfredo powers back up his phone, they're in the Lake City area of Florida. That is east of Tallahassee and north of Gainesville, about an hour and a half away from Tallahassee. And Sigfredo says to Katie, it's done. And Katie's reply is, I know. To this day, we do not know. Beach bum. I'm sorry. Legally Blonde habeas corpus episode with the dog. Yeah. And I apologize for all of you folks that, Legally Blonde might be a movie that you've never seen, or maybe, you're above it. It's fine. The whole thing, like in the shower, was Harvey in the shower? You were in the shower? There's a lot of parodies we could do with Legally Blonde, the movie, and the Adelson crime family. Just saying. But yeah, thank you. Thank you everybody for being here. I am for a weird reason, I'm enjoying this. Jeez. Okay, I'm getting back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because she's okay, here's your answer. Because she said she's wanted to leave there since she got there. She never liked it there.
Yeah, they would
She felt that way from outside. I mean, look, that's even more reason. She's been playing this forever. She's always wanted to leave since 2008. The story's modeled after her and her family, and the professor teaches at the University of North Florida, University of North Florida State. Put the word North in front of Florida State. University. What does the husband do? He's a professor. So the husband's a professor at North Florida State. Woman does immigration work. You got two boys, and the town is an imaginary town. The town's almost fucking identical to Tallahassee. Good job, Lily. You were foreshadowing. I mean, the small stop on the way to civilization is a place that you never planned on living, that you thought you were a pro. Like, showing, you know what they say, like showing up at the scene of the crime? Yeah. That's why it was opened with that and it was closed with that. Because you got to have a real good explanation for that.
Yeah.
And her explanation was weak.
You know what I mean? When you sum it up, Charlie, that's exactly what it was. She made very, very simple work of it. Very simple. It just kind of avoided any of the things that made common sense. And
Hey, Rebecca, thank you. Yes. Katie does say his parent, but Charlie tells Katie his parents dropped off the money. So he might just be saying my parents. Because my theory is that Harvey was still in Tally. I don't know if we'll ever know, because I believe that we won't be able to prove it via his cell phone because Donna kept his cell phone in her purse. I'm just saying. But yeah. No, Katie was not at Charlie's yet. You're right, but when Wendi calls Donna on her cell phone from the interview room, and Donna says Dad's in the shower. And then after, she talks, whatever, Donna's not staying on script. Wendy's staying on script. It's, it is what it is. And then she hangs up and she says to Sarah, the little victim advocate in there, she says, oh, like my mom took it well. Oh, my parents are surprised. Like Wendi even like kind of goes back and forth saying my mom, my parents, but Wendi never talks to her dad. We never hear anything about Harvey being there. So I don't know. It's just a theory of mine. And I don't, it might not ever be proven. Oh, okay. Beach Bum says, why wasn't that considered hearsay testimony about his parents dropping off the money? Yeah. Okay. Rebecca Ross says, I don't believe Harvey was in Tally. I know y'all believe it. Too big of a chance for the boys to say something. Yeah. Well, the boys were with Dan the entire week except for Wednesday night. So, and the boys were never talked to by anybody. Like Wendi was gone within 72 hours of Dan being gunned down. So no one ever talked to the boys. We don't know what they know. And I don't know. It's okay. I don't want to, I'm not up for debate. It's okay.
just went with that.
Yeah. Listen, she got frustrated with me. When I talked to Michael over the weekend, he's like, Appleman got frustrated with you. She was asking question after question after question. She wasn't getting anywhere. She kind of like just threw her hands up in the air. Like, I was like, yeah.
Trust me, she had help over the weekend. Let's put it that way.
She did not.
Hey, Babs. Thanks for
That
being here.
PowerPoint was not in place for this weekend, I can tell you. No, it was. He went through all the monsters that they had in the case. I mean, Dan had 7 puzzle pieces. She had 125 of them. It made it seem like it was so voluminous, you know, pulling out little lines highlighted from a conversation, you know, highlighted line, out of context line.
I don't understand. You can lie and lie. The prosecutor lies. I mean, I've had another, what do you call it? Another attorney say to me.
He's totally complaining about Georgia and her binder with her tabs. And now Donna's going to talk about some fake attorney who told her that Charlie did amazing.
But that's what they do. That's just what they do. I said, what do you mean that's what they do? They're prosecutors and criminalized. That's what they do. So they get their point across, and nobody knows the difference unless you really know the difference.
Yeah.
If you don't know the case, you don't know.
You got to know the case.
That's right.
But you got to listen to the evidence presented in the case. Don't take anything the prosecutor says as evidence in the closing. But Jesus, she goes through 2 hours with you, and she really cares. And she's putting up slide after slide after slide and being like, guys, come on. Wendi can't help herself. She shows up at the crime scene. Like,
Yeah, it really is an attention.
The way she said it.
Yeah.
Couldn't help herself.
Yeah, couldn't help us.
And that's what they heard.
That's
That's just what they heard.
Yeah,
and that Wendi didn't say she couldn't help herself.
yeah.
I didn't say she was right. I didn't say anything that made me arrogant or that I was untouchable. Those were other adjectives that people like to throw around that, like, once they describe you, who you are.
Listen, they heard you testify. There was nothing unlikable or arrogant. It didn't matter if you said you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like you're untouchable. You feel like you're arrogant. You're arrogant. You're untouchable. People say that. Ryan said that you said this. Like, she had a mound of bullshit.
Charlie and Donna thought that the trial was a popularity contest. He was so likable. What were they watching?
Is what she had. She couldn't debate any facts. So boil it all down to when you show up at the scene of the crime and you don't have a real good reason, and you just drove 10 miles, you look guilty. Especially after you spoke to your mom and you told her that one.
Yeah.
After done with your TV repair appointment. Like, it just got dulled down to the point that how do you explain when you're showing up there?
You can't.
Look at you to the liquor store. Try it. Was there liquor stores closer? Yeah, 3 of them were half the distance. Was that the most, okay, but then you go, okay, no, she wanted to go to that one in particular. Was that the most direct route to that liquor store? No, it wasn't even the most direct route. It was a route that she was familiar with. So she was drawn to her marital home for a point of reference to then take the long cut to go to the liquor store that was further from her new house at an hour after that.
Hey, Heidi Marie, welcome.
Or she didn't stop. She couldn't help herself. Like, if someone described that to you and you were a betting man, I would put it as a long shot at the quick game, even though that's what it was. And I wish to God, I really, if I was appreciated what they could say and then what they would do up here, I felt like, I would have fucking done things different. Let's just put it that way.
I know you.
If I knew what they were going to say and what they were going to, attorneys knew what they were going to say and do. I don't know what they're smoking that they think that they were going to say and do what they did. But my attorneys knew what the fucking evidence was. The attorneys knew what the evidence was, a lot more than I did. Like, for for where we are and what the evidence was and how they'd be able to present it, there's no way unless they had 12 jurors like number 15, and it could have been anything but a hung jury.
Well, it would have been hung.
It would have been hung with him or another one of the alternates, supposedly. I think there's two of them
Two of them.
like that.
Two of them.
Yeah. They were the alternates. And who's to say how long they would have held out with the other 11? He might have just said, so this deal in, and they just report a hung jury. But those were smart people. These were people who said, listen, she showed up. I don't buy her reasoning. Her mom and her brother are calling her. And this is just way too much of a coincidence for it to be a coincidence. That's it. That's what you had on the jury. It didn't matter what I did on the stand. It didn't matter what Dan said. But one of the guards who was downstairs when I was in the jail cell at the courthouse,
Yeah.
he said to me, he's like
That day?
anyway, while I was sitting downstairs for 4 hours, I was talking to one of the guards. Well, he stopped by the cell just to talk to me to the bars. He's like, look, the only way you get out of here is if all 12 people want to say you're innocent. It's got to be unanimous. Otherwise, it's going to be a hung jury. And if it's a hung jury, you got to come back and do it again. And again. And again.
No.
Like, you're only getting out when all 12 say you're innocent. That's the only way you're walking out. And it's like, if I would know that they would, like, I didn't know all the evidence that everybody else knew, the full bullshit evidence. I kind of knew what they thought, but I didn't know all the bullshit evidence that was really going to be the case. And that bullshit evidence existed since day one.
Hey, Matt Mello, good to see you. Thanks for being here. He said that Charlie said I needed 12 to walk out. Like, did you not know this? And then he's talking about all his attorneys knew all the evidence. Like, Charlie, realize this, bud. Realize this. That little Rashy could have called your mama Donna to the stand to corroborate your extortion upon the extortion defense debacle crazy bullcrap. Little Rashy called one defense witness, Kristen Adamson, Wendy's divorce attorney. Are you seeing the light yet? Nope, he's not seeing the light yet. Just a few more minutes on this call.
They knew the route that she took from day one. But it's like, if I would have known that not like how it was going to be looked at and what the prosecutor was going to be doing and saying, like, I would have done things differently. I didn't. I got talked out of it by people that I thought had my knowledge and best interest or issues going up my ass and just thinking positively or very hopeful or you don't have to it's not to deal with today.
Yeah.
I was like, you can get all this great advice. I'm the one that
Beach bum. He should have. I mean, Charlie's my age. We had civics, government, all of that was required in high school in the state of Florida. But again, 85 to 90 IQ, this one, in my opinion.
the one that we have dinner plate. I think, because we shouldn't play other people's account issues. I want to see you get on the dinner plate. And I can tell you, I know for a fact that if I would have thought things as rationally as I am now, like, kind of looking at the side and fully seeing what people in Tallahassee
Like I'm laughing, Beatrice. Yeah, well, maybe he just had the Cliff's Notes. Right, Leslie B? The Cliff's Notes. Maybe that's how Charlie passed the required courses in high school to graduate in 1995 in the state of Florida. Jeez Louise.
If you look like that, or they'd be looking at me, I would know how right I was. I mean, Josh Dubin is from Tallahassee.
I thought you said he was from Fort Lauderdale.
Spent 4 years up here, and he's, 18 to 22.
Yeah.
Those are his, developmental adult years. Like, he wasn't like a teenager that didn't really get a feel for people. Like, I was here for 4 years.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Josh Dubin. Josh Dubin was from Tallahassee. Well, and then Donna's like, oh, I thought you said that he was from South Florida. No, he spent 4 years in Tallahassee from 2018 to 2022. He just said 18 to 20. Oh, he said 18 to 22. He's meaning 18 years old to 22 years old. Yes, undergraduate at Florida State University. If you were in college at FSU, it does not mean that you got to know Tallahassee at all. You're in your undergraduate academic bubble at the university. But I'm sure Rashi convinced you that this jury consultant, Josh Dubin, could help you, which it didn't. I mean, that's probably another scam, right? Like Rashi referring Josh Dubin to this multimillionaire. Just saying.
Like, he knows Tallahassee. Oh, yeah. Should he does. You have a consultant to help you pick jurors and get people off your jury, and instead we're getting off the 911 operator's end. We're getting off the plane of Texas. I had 5 people on the jury who had law enforcement in their family. 5.
I don't understand how they were allowed to serve. I don't. 5 people with law enforcement in the family, and they're on the jury. How? How did that get through? I don't understand that.
9 law enforcement agencies. There were 3 on the jury who either they worked at Florida State or had a spouse working at Florida State. And I was wondering if you work at Florida State and you book me innocent, how secure is your job? Your name is going to be released, and everyone in Florida State is going to know that you were on my jury. And those were the name of a guy that worked at the bookstore at Florida State. Right. The 30-year-old fat guy that looked like he was an inbred that was working in the bookstore at Florida State. They told him, whoa.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. He just called the FSU bookstore employee looking like an inbred. What a mofo. Nope. What, because a guy has an honest effing job and he's talking about a 30-year-old fat guy? Ugh. I hate this part, but I'm going to rewind it for a minute. We only have a minute left. I might stay on, but I might take a little break, play my song, and go to the next call. We'll see.
Right. The 30-year-old fat guy that looked like he was an inbred that was working in the bookstore at Florida State. They told him, whoa.
Sure. Dad and I looked at each other like, I don't get it. I don't understand. How does this happen? I don't know. Hi there, honey. Charlie? Charlie? Are you there, Charlie? Charlie? Charlie, are you there? I don't know.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next one.
Ugh. Oh my gosh, that was a lot. That was more disgusting than what I thought than I remembered it the first couple of times I listened. I have not listened in a minute, like in, a few months. So, ugh. This like privilege is disgusting. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to look at something real quickly. I want to see how long the next call is. I might take a little break. Let's see. This one. Oof. Okay, so we're on part 11 right now. The next one is part 12, but it's an hour. Oh, geez. Wait, no. Yeah, it's an hour and 3 minutes. Okay. No, we're on part 9. Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue, but I'm going to take a break for a second. I need to let out the dogs. I'm going to play my song about nobody in particular in real life. It's called New Hair, New Name. I'm going to go get some more water. And take a break. I just need to set it up quickly. If you guys are wanting to still hang with me, I'm game for it. It's an hour. But, and of course, of course, if you don't want to hang, you could always be on the replay crew. Okay.
She traded in the blonde blowout for a curly flame. Walked out the salon with a brand new name. Different signature, different shade of blue. Whispers all around said, we all know it's you. Chameleon smile with an innocent glow. The facade behind the door swung open slow. She never heard the word no for long. Deceit and spite kept carrying on. Mama made the phone calls, brother tried to keep it clean, polished every headline till it barely could be seen. Silk gloves hiding fingerprints nobody could ignore. Truth kept knocking behind the locked door. New hair, new name, same old game, changing every picture but the story stays the same. Diamonds in the daylight, secrets after dark, trying to outrun the echo of a single spark. She's living like a queen, soon to be on the lam. She can't pretend all she wants, but she don't give a damn. You can paint the skyline, rewrite every frame, but you can't fool forever with new hair, new name. She could fool the room with a sideways glance, their business, meeting into a slow dance. Every favor will come with a price. The ones who protected her, they rolled the dice. One by one they have fallen, locked up in a cell. Who will come to save her? Will they ever tell? Shaking her hair, changing her name. She cannot outrun justice. She's part of the chain. Gold in her ears, pearls on her neck, but deep down she's a wreck. Everything she wanted did not come for free. She ruined so many lives, even her own family. Justice walks slowly, gossip runs fast. Some stories fade, but some outlast. Mirrors don't forget what's behind the disguise, even if colored contacts tell beautiful lies. New hair, new name, same old shame. Running from the smoke, but remembering the blame. Fundraisers and parties can't erase the night. Truth keeps shining through, even in the dimmest light. Fortunes may protect you for a little while. She may be dressed up in a perfect smile. Curtains always fall at the end of every play. You can change your look, but the truth won't fade away. She changed her face, the world came to see. But she never could change his memory.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I was literally running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But both dogs went out. They pee-peed and then they went back in. Sorry. Okay. We are going to move on to the next call. This one is part 10 on phone calls from prison playlist. Wait, I have to set it up and then pause it and then rewind it. Let's go back. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone for being here and going through this with me. So in the call before the last one that we listened to, I just want to reiterate this because I caught onto it. I actually caught onto it this morning, even though my live stream was from last night. But Donna orders those giant care package, commissary packages, whatever they're called, at the Leon County Jail. Donna orders not one, but two of them. One, she says she ordered on the 28th of October. Charlie's trial started on the 23rd with jury selection. So 5 days into his trial, she's ordering him his first giant care package and then orders the second one a day or so later. Donna knew that Charlie was not coming home. There was no suitcase packed for him, ready to go to a 5-star hotel or whatever bullshit she fed him. She wasn't here. I don't know why Charlie's not confronting her and saying, wait a second, Mom, I didn't see you. I didn't see you sitting behind me during the verdict. What do you mean you packed a suitcase ready to drive me home after I was found not guilty? Okay, we're going to keep going. And thank you all for being here. If I have missed saying hello to you, I will, I'll catch up in a minute. Thanks. Okay. Lord have mercy. Okay. The last one that we just listened to was like 40 something minutes long. And we're still on the same date. It's the 8th. This is the Wednesday after he was convicted on Monday. It's 1:19. The last one started at like 12:18 p.m. So they're literally hanging up the phone, and 10 minutes later, Charlie's calling them back. I mean, that's what's going on with this one. Okay. I'm sorry. I think I'm not sharing it. Hold up. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Remember, I am not a professional YouTuber, nor am I a lawyer or a psychologist. Okay. Got to go back. Okay. All right. So he's calling back because he got disconnected.
Hey.
Hi, honey. I don't know what happened there. I just kept saying Charles weren't there.
Yeah, no, the power, the bars went down and the reception just went down. So I had to wait for it to get service again.
Yeah.
No, I know. Listen, I know I'm belaboring it because I got nothing else in my head, and everything is bad. So it's the one thing I can kind of focus on and rehash.
That's right. That's right. It's fine. I mean,
That's right. It's like it gives me something to focus on or talk about. Otherwise, everything else just is really hard for me right now.
I know that.
It's like everything is a trigger. Oh, I don't even know what to say. I just I've never been like this, but it's like usually I always focus on something. This is like I focus on the appeal, and then I think about it, and I'm like, check out your last name, and check out where you are, and you didn't have one fucking juror with all the guns that you brought out ablazing, with all the work that was put into it, with everything that you fucking brought to the table. You couldn't get one. You couldn't even get them to deliberate. You couldn't even get them to. Dan was telling them what wires to listen to, what time. They didn't have to listen to the whole wire. Go to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. No.
Okay, let's just say that there's by chance, right? Well, I kind of think that they were banking on juror number 15. They sure do talk about him a lot. I think that he might have been on the take. Just my opinion, based on these jail calls, because I never even thought that before until I'm re-listening to this stuff. But let's just say he was found not guilty. I'm sure Donna would be like, oh, just donate it to Charlie's friends at the Leon County Jail. Hey, Cat Ride, I see you joined. If I'm missing anyone who has joined us, I appreciate you all for being here. And oh, hey, Carrie Lynn, I see that you arrived. Thanks. All right. Well, thanks for hanging in there with me. I'm feeling like I might be a little delusional myself, thinking I can go through another hour of these two. Okay, let's go.
Oh, they weren't even listening. They weren't even taking notes. Like, their minds were made up. Georgia had See, Dan was telling them to go to this wire and to play the wire and hear it for themselves at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. You know what Georgia did? She had a photocopy of the transcript with the words highlighted. So you could read it on the screen for yourself right there. You didn't have to go back to the jury room. Read it right now. I'll read it to you. Like, I almost feel like, you there?
No.
Yeah, I almost feel like Dan should have had, like, if Dan made it for a 5th grade level, he should have made it for a 3rd grade level. He should have had the photocopies with the highlighted words saying, it's not done like this. I know for a fact. You know, but like everything they explained away.
Yeah, but they heard that. They actually heard that over and over. It's just, I don't know what didn't penetrate. I don't know.
I think the case got, honestly, I think the case got dumbed down to she's showing up at the scene of the crime. He's telling me she didn't know. If she knew, then there were.
Yeah. Donna just said, I don't know why it didn't penetrate. Yep, she just used that word, talking about how she doesn't know why the jury didn't get the defense, but she literally just used that word. Okay, she's a lot scummier than I thought before. Just saying.
Then they're involved. If she wasn't showing up, okay, I could believe it maybe, but her showing up is the icing on the cake. And that's why they opened with it, and that's why they closed with it, and they even gave their simple explanation, which is she couldn't help herself. And look, 99 out of 100 times, if, you know, in a case like that, I guess it would make the most sense, except that's not what happened.
No.
But I think the jury could grasp a hold of, you know, between that and the TV, they had 2 things that were coincidences that you really don't have explanations for. Yeah. And it was the day, and it came up the day of the murder
came for justice.
and the day of the bump. Why is everybody talking TV talk? And the TV joke. Ties it all in. 1, 2, 3. And then she's showing up at the scene of the crime.
She was.
I mean, I had somebody ask me that, like, a couple of years ago. It's like, did that really happen? Like, I go, trust me. Like, nobody knew. Like, she showed up. They're like, man, that's like 1 in a million.
Yeah.
And I go, yep. So you mean to tell me 1 in a million you're right, the other 1 in a million you're innocent? You know, even if you say it's 1 in 10,000, now you're starting off the debate saying, listen, 1 in 10,000 times I'm right. All right, you want to bet I'm right on this one? You can't win it. You can't. Once somebody in their head says, if that's really her explanation, what are the fucking chances? That's near impossible for me to conceptualize. I guarantee you, if they pull jurors, that's going to be the thing that's stuck in their head. That they knew right then and there it was either a coincidence or it was a lie. And the coincidence has to be 1 in 10,000. And maybe they're sitting there saying it's one. I'm saying 1 in 10,000. Maybe these dudes are saying it's 1 in a million. She had to be a part of it. She's showing up at the. You know, they always say, like, an expression. It's like you showed up at the scene of the crime.
Right.
Like they always use it in like detective movies and like.
Right.
It's a lie. Like you're at the scene of the. You showed up at the scene of the crime, but she didn't know anything. Like.
People start a fire and then they show up to watch it. I mean, it's just been on TV forever.
It's always I mean, it would be like. I mean, you know what it would be like? Do you remember?
Okay, there's the part in the jail calls where Donna says, you start a fire and then you show up to watch it. I'll go back about, yep. They're talking about Wendi at the scene of the crime. And this was pointed out during Patty's Playhouse. She and I were doing a live stream And then when someone had said, have you listened to the jail call? It was Debbie Martin said, have you listened to the jail call where Donna says you start a fire and show up to watch it? So this is that part right here.
But she didn't know anything. Like,
People start a fire and then they show up to watch it. I mean, it's just been on TV forever.
it's always I mean, it would be like, I mean, you know what it would be like? Do you remember, that mafia guy in New York, Paul Castellano?
What's the last name?
Castellano. He was shot getting into or out of Sparks Steakhouse in like downtown Manhattan.
Oh, yes. Okay. I didn't remember the name.
It was like that's when John Gotti became like the head of the Gambino crime family.
Okay. Oh my God. He's talking about when Paul Castellano was executed at Sparks Steakhouse in New York City, and then John Gotti becomes the head of the mafia, whatever year that was. But that's what Charlie is equating his situation with. Okay, oh my God. I find it kind of funny that he knows details about crimesters, like, organized crimesters, mafioso. Because remember, this is the maestro of South Florida, Fort Lauderdale.
Is when Paul Castellano got shot, and they did it like it was in like downtown Manhattan at Sparks Steakhouse. I just seen it on the news enough. That's all I know.
Wow.
But that's it was like real violent, and it was like he was either getting out of his car or walking into his car out of the steakhouse, right?
Yeah.
And that would be like saying somebody who absolutely hated Paul Castellano, like who had beef with him of some sort, like who lived, 15 miles away, like pulling up at the scene 30 minutes later. Or even like being there while this actually happened.
Right.
Like sitting in the restaurant while this happened. And like, it's one of those things where you go like, okay, like this guy's this is happening. Manhattan's a big city. Okay, why the hell was this guy here? You could say, well, he was eating dinner the same night at the same restaurant. Okay, maybe. But like, he was going someplace, he was going to a liquor store, past 4 liquor stores, took alternate routes, and ended up right there at that time. Like, that's a good story. Like, that sets the tone for everything else.
Oh my gosh. Okay, someone help me out here. Is Charlie is equating Paul Castellano to Dan Markel and John Gotti to Wendi Adelson? Is that what's happening in this scenario? Remember, Katie's like, Charlie's always talking about scenarios. And thank you, John Smith. Good to see that you're back, 1985. Thank you. This is so fascinating to me, how narcissists think. That's my opinion.
Like, that puts a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. Does.
Sure.
No.
You show up to the scene of the crime. From your house to his house. Like, what did they say? Was it a 17-minute drive?
I think so. I think that's what they said. Yeah.
I mean, and then they put up slides to show liquor stores were like 5 minutes from her house. She's driving 17 minutes. Like, I mean, I get it. I could always go to CVS right by Nova.
Yeah. There's closer ones. That's where you go.
Oh,
We used to,
and I pushed that same pharmacy across the street from Nova. I don't know why. Maybe you can do that with liquor stores or pharmacies, but like, I still went to the CVS liquor store and the CVS pharmacy.
yeah.
But anyway, I mean, like, what I'm just saying is, like, if I ever were to get an appeal, and listen, Dan told me this. I'm sure he told you the same thing. He said, the appellate lawyers are expensive. Spend some money on the appellate lawyer, but don't look to spend a fortune because, it's hope. You got to give yourself some hope. It's going to take a year and a half, 2 years. And maybe something will happen, and maybe someone will write something about the case, or something will come forward. Then you got to get a new trial. And I always, what's sick of me is that it's not me getting a new trial.
Okay, yes, a lot of this is repeating himself. But remember, Rashbaum told him, don't spend too much money on an appellate attorney. And that's slimy AF, in my opinion.
Trial, like most people who are on appeal, they get new trials or whatever. Nobody really knows about the case, or it's an old case, or you pick a jury, you show up for jury duty, you don't know what the hell case you're going to get on. This would be a circus times 2. This would be what, the fourth trial based on this shit? Like, it would be a circus. Again, big circus. I mean, you would have to get moved out of Tallahassee, but the circus will travel. And for as well as our case was put together, you couldn't get one fucking person. You couldn't even get the jury to pay at any time. They had already decided. I mean, it's just
They did.
if I did. Oh,
They did.
yeah, no, it was. As when I was being brought to court on Friday, so the black guy who was going to court with me at the same time and everything, he's been here 3 years. He got a public defender. He had a first-degree murder charge. Been here 3 years. The guy's last name was Brown.
Yeah.
And I was in my cell. He was in his cell, and I was eating lunch. It was on Friday. And we were talking from the cell to each other for a few minutes, and he was real nervous because the jury was deliberating. The jury started deliberating at 11 o'clock in the morning. I came down for lunch, brought down there. I guess it was at 1 o'clock on Friday. I was like on top of the world. I was like talking and like happy and testifying, and Dan was like telling me how great I did. Kate was telling me how great I did. Jury consultants that were watching it said I did very well. He said it was the best he's seen me, like, as far as being straightforward and like precise.
Charlie, this is what happens when you pay an attorney to blow smoke up your ass instead of defend you. Your mama's attorney was paid to defend her and Wendi. Are you paying attention yet? And thank you everyone for being here. I'm going to chime in like this at times. I just thought to myself, oh, what did I get myself into restarting another one? Because I'm not going to be able to end this call before it's over. So yeah, we're here for another 50 minutes. Thanks everyone for being here and hanging in there with me. I appreciate it. If you're coming in and I have not said hello, I appreciate you all for being here. Thanks.
Composure, like he said, you knocked it out of the park. That was his word to me. Was you knocked it out of the park.
Everybody said it.
I went down, I talked to him down, and started all down. What's going on? He started telling about his case. He said he had he's got his girlfriend's baby mom. She's got an ex-boyfriend. She also has a kid by him. You know, they had words. You know, he told him, like, you know, if you got a problem with her, you take it up with me. You know, don't talk to her anymore. You want to talk to her, you talk to me.
Lily Willow, hello. How would you have defended him as a lawyer? I would never be I'm not an attorney at all. But I guess Dan Rashbaum did the best that he could do. But no, I mean, even if I was an attorney, I would never be a defense attorney. I just couldn't stomach it, just to be honest. And I mean, I know I've heard that saying, it's better that 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man go behind bars. Like, no, I don't like that saying. I don't agree with that saying. But that's why I'm not an attorney, especially a defense attorney. If one innocent man gets locked up for life because of a debacle, I'd much rather that happen than 100 guilty people go free. Like, I don't know. That's my common sense. Just saying. But of course, defense attorneys disagree, and I mean, that's fine. They do have a part in society, and I mean, I'm all for, you know, fair trials, fair justice. So, okay, I'm going to keep going.
And then the guy showed up at the house, and he said that the guy showed up at the house, he reached for a gun in his jacket, and as soon as he reached for a gun, he pulled out his gun, and he shot him like 8 or 9 times. And he's like, one of the last shot was in his head. But he shot him like 8 or 9 times. He's like, man, it was self-defense. And I'm like, what? Stand your ground. You're fine in self-defense. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, did the guy have a weapon? He's like, yeah, that's the thing. You know, when the police, he's like, when I shot him and all, I went back in the house, and when the police came, he didn't have a weapon on him. So he's like, so they're charging him with first-degree murder. So when I was there on Monday, I was talking to one of the officers for a few minutes when I was down in the cells waiting. They're talking me through the bars, and they were telling me, man, like 8 or 9 hours, so like 7 or 8 o'clock at night from 11 in the morning, and he was charged with first-degree murder, and they acquitted him. And I'm like, all 12 jurors? He's like, yeah. I was like, all 12, because they gave me felt and kind, and he walked out of the courthouse. He was in jail for 3 years in Leon County. And had a first-degree murder charge. Yeah, I was brought him to the police now. I stood with him in the morning. He was the other guy dressing as me. He got him in brown. And he had a public defender. Sat here for 3 years. The guy was unarmed. You know what they said? They said he shot him, and then after he shot him, he went in the house and called 911 to call the police and tell them what had just happened, and that somebody from the hood must have come over and taken his gun off of him. But he had a gun when he shot him.
I agree, Carrie Lynn, 100%. I agree.
He had a gun. He saw it as he was pulling it out. He goes, but when I shot him, I shot him a bunch of times, ran in the house, called the police, and someone from the hood must have come over and taken the gun. And they said, when the police showed up, they said there wasn't anybody standing around. There wasn't people around. Nobody didn't know that. Then that's what the cop downstairs was telling me. He said, there wasn't a crowd. There's nobody around. It wasn't like, there must have been one dude that saw him fall, ran, stole his gun from him, and then kept running, and nobody saw that guy do that. So they have no witness of anyone taking a gun. He just swears that the guy was armed, that someone from the hood, after he fell to the ground and died, went over to the murder victim and stole his handgun from him. And the jury acquitted him.
Okay, and Rebecca Ross, if she's still here, she might be able to help me remember. Okay, Charlie is talking about a real case. I think he said the guy's last name was Brown, but I can't remember specifically what he's talking about. I kind of feel like I read an article or heard this story about this acquittal. Okay, I'm just saying. But it's so funny that Charlie is somehow is in contact with people incarcerated in the Leon County Jail that have these experiences of random crazy acquittals. But what he's describing is actually like a real case that happened.
12 people. And when I was talking to him, and he was so worried that, I only got 2 black people on the whole jury. He's like, I got 2 black women, that's it. Because everybody always says they want black women on the jury. So he's like, I only got 2 black women on my jury, man. Like, how many you got? I told him. And he was like, oh, man. He was like so jealous of me. And he was a black sergeant.
Okay, I'm going to time out for 1 second. Yeah, okay. Rebecca says, I don't recall this case. I'll research. Okay, Rebecca, it's, oh, Jolie. I'm sorry. Oh, ADHD. Sorry, me. Hey, Jolie, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Rebecca, it's going to be South Side off Holton Street. I believe it was 2018, 2019, pew pew. And I mean, that's how the defense attorney defended the guy, because the murder weapon was not on scene. So they basically said that some crackhead somewhere came and took the gun and ran off. So like that's how the murder weapon was. I can't remember specifically. However, it was a case that happened before COVID and then got bumped a few years and then was tried at some point in like, oh, okay. Rebecca says, I think I found it. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a deep dive at a different time. Let's get back to the delusional murderers. AKA Donna Sue and Charlie.
Guy was a black guy and served as a sergeant in the U.S. Army, retired after 20 years, and then worked for the post office. I wouldn't be surprised if he was sergeant, was like the leader. And he's sitting there and saying, you don't show up at the scene of the crime unless you impact. It's one thing to call it a restaurant. It's another thing to do like a route on the way to a liquor store that's totally out of your way.
That post office
look
worker.
At how big Tallahassee is. Look how many different directions.
Okay, so Charlie is talking about a juror. He was a retired sergeant from the military. He keeps calling him sergeant like here and there during all these calls, but he was a retired sergeant in the military and then became a postman in Tallahassee, and he got seated on the jury. But yeah, that postman definitely knew that Trescott was not a shortcut. Just saying.
She should have taken to fucking get there. She was turning down Trescott. Like, was she going to pick up a bicycle? Was she going to pick something up? No, she was turning down Trescott at 12:30. Unexplainable. And listen, I'm not a jury consultant. I'm not the lawyer, but why was I so white about what it was going to look like up here, and they were so mistaken? Like, you have a world-renowned, the guy who's the best at what he does in picking juries, like the best. He is the top.
That's right.
You couldn't manage to get one vote. That's because You break it down and say, what are the chances of her turning down Trescott at 12:30, leaving her house, talk to her mom, talk to her bro, couldn't help herself. The only logical explanation. I mean, the shit was like, you know, even if she wanted to go to that liquor store, there was a more direct route. The only way that she went, that was what she always knew, and she's bad with direction. But it's like, you're this brilliant person, but you're so bad with direction. It's kind of like hard to understand for some people.
Hey,
You know,
Jane.
you got this brilliant mind, but you can't find your way out of a paper bag. Like it doesn't flow. You know what I'm saying? The people that are that small have a sense of direction. If you don't been in town for 8 years and you got electronic devices, so you're taking even the long route to go to that liquor store. Having 4 liquor stores that are closer. These are simple people. And even if you're not a real simple person, you look at that and you go, what the fuck are the chances?
Yeah.
And that's before you start piling on all the other things now you need to explain. And that's before you get to your TV. That's just what the fuck are you doing driving down Trescott at 12:30 when the game's. Like, it's just, that's why I feel like, listen, I don't want you guys to give up, but I just.
We're not. We're not.
No, there's never give up hope. That's when you go down a rabbit hole. But I just, that's very, very, listen, if the trial was going poorly, I would understand.
I know. It was not going poor.
No, it was going.
Everyone told you. It's not your parents. Everyone told you. People I know, people I mean, everyone.
Yeah. And then it's like, okay, did a witness get to say something? Did, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna pause and go to the chat real quick. Oh, yeah, it's gonna make Matt Mello is correct. It's gonna be a lot longer than an hour and 3 minutes to get through this one. Okay, I do not believe that Sigfredo is ever gonna talk. But one thing that is so okay, it's so funny to me in Katie's proffers, she keeps saying like, I wish I could just talk to Sigfredo. Could I just talk to Sigfredo? Like she wants to talk to Sigfredo. Hey. Hey, Carol, good to see you. He is guilty and picks a lawyer who never defended a criminal case. Are the Adelsons that stupid and rich? They couldn't even get a good defense team. That they're that arrogant. Yeah, Katie doesn't deserve to be released. I mean, I agree. I believe Katie is a greedy little woman. Yeah, and Jane for Justice is going to do MAGA, make owls great again. I know the owls are getting a bad rap. And I have a lot of owls around my house. I don't know if any of you guys ever go to like my shorts or my other videos. I mean, they're blacked out videos, but I have audio of owls going to town. And I don't know what was going on. I don't know if it's mating season or what. John Smith says, I think if it meant Katie could be released, he might do it. I don't know. Is Sigfredo ever going to talk? Hey, JJ Ferris, good to see you. Sorry if this has been answered, but where did Charlie see Wendi when he didn't recognize her? Surely she wasn't there watching the trial. Well, I guess it was during Charlie's trial. So I'm assuming it was like kind of like during a break time, if you will. Patty's Playhouse might know because she attended Charlie's trial. I can't remember if Rebecca did or not, but he saw her, and I guess he said like Daniel Rashbaum says, oh, that's that's your sister and her friend Tova, but Tova was not present. So Donna even says, "Oh no, that was Morgan Honeycutt." But it was during Charlie's trial, and it must have been a break, or maybe they knew that Wendi was about to take the stand, so the defendant's being brought in, and then everybody's coming in. I don't know. Someone who attended the trial could tell us what's going on. Yes, they are much older children, and they have the option to visit Katie, and they will not. They're being raised by Katie's brother. No, he's in Beach Mom's asking, is Sigfredo still being held in Santa Rosa County? No, he is in the Liberty County jail, which is actually in Circuit 2 here, one of the 6 counties. In Circuit 2, Leon County is the county seat, and then you have Jefferson, Wakulla, Franklin, Liberty, Gadsden. Is that the other 5? Yeah, okay. Liberty County is west, kind of a little bit southwest of Leon. If you're in Tallahassee and you're on Highway 20 and you just start driving west, you'll run into Liberty County. But yeah, he's in the middle of the Apalachicola Forest. That's where Sigfredo is. And still to this day, he does not have visitation. Yeah, he's in the Panhandle area. Yeah, he's in the circuit. He's close by. I don't, at some point in time, maybe I'll do a drive-by, but it's out in the middle of nowhere, and if you're looking at the map of Circuit 2, Liberty County, it's one of the least populated counties in the state, but it's vast. It's very vast. Mostly Apalachicola Forest. But from Gadsden County, there's a road called 12 that you just basically go straight down south, and then you run into Liberty County, cross over the line, and then you're in Bristol. And then there's Highway 20 that goes from Leon County west all the way to Liberty County. And I cannot remember the name of the road that the prison is off of, but the prison is the only thing off that road. And it's basically like a half moon road that goes from Highway 12 down to Highway 20. And the Liberty County Correctional Institute is literally the only thing on that road. And the road is probably, I don't know, at least 10 miles, if not 15 miles long. Okay. Sorry, soapbox. Okay. Let me, oh, look, I got off on a tangent. Okay. Yes. Hey, Tattletales. Good to see you. Hey, hon. Siggy won't talk. I agree. I bet Katie talks to Sig. They have all the workarounds. Oh. I have a tendency to not necessarily agree, but a tendency to believe you, Tattle. Yes, he was. Yes, he was in Santa Rosa. I can't remember exactly when he got transported. It would have been when his new mugshot came out. That's like he's all shaved and he doesn't have any facial hair. He looks evil. It's been several months. No, he is in a prison. Yeah, no, Sigfredo is in the Liberty County Correctional Institute, which is basically one of the Florida prisons. No, he's in prison. It's just the prison is in the middle of the Apalachicola forest. I hope that makes sense, JJ. I'm sorry if I confused anyone. Yeah, he keeps getting moved because he's attacking others. Yes, I agree. Yeah, they should all be locked up. Yeah, their friends are sketch. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Up the creek road. Oh, Jane, you're hilarious. Yes. Owls are greater than the Adelsons. Yes. Let's see. Lily Willow says the fact that Luis saw a live owl on that day, it was like super. Yeah. I don't know if he if he really saw an owl. I mean, in the second trial, he testified that he saw a lion, but he's definitely not seeing a lion on the streets of Tallahassee. I mean, there's no zoo with a lion around here. Like, there's no lions. Because he said that he posted a lion during the second trial. I mean, I think he saw Wendi in an owl t-shirt on Thursday, and she's wearing the same shirt on Friday. And that's why he posted that picture. It was a sign. It was a sign on his Instagram saying, I saw you, Wendi. And I know you're Wendi because Sigfredo told me so. All right, I'm going to stop and then keep going. Or we'll stop talking and then continue to play these two murderers. Okay, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate you.
You know, did I screw up something? Did Dan screw up something? Like, no. It's called the pile of shit that they were able to make out of taking things out of context, a TV set, and Wendi showing up at the crime scene is enough to say beyond that. And also dressing up a probable or reasonable account to make it be like, use common sense, you know, if you think you're guilty, but listen, I think that somebody's showing up at the scene of the crime and they don't have a fucking real good reason why they're there to be backed out, I say that's superficial.
Yeah, I understand.
Like, you showed up at the scene of the crime. Like, how else do you know, if that was the only thing, that would be one thing. But it's like, that's why the showing up at the scene of the crime and the fucking TV became like two things pounded in people's heads. And you combine that with all the other fluff, and you have exactly what I said is going to happen in Tallahassee. My words were, you don't stand a fucking chance, even though I know the truth.
Yeah.
You don't stand a fucking chance. Like, how could, but I just don't get how everybody, like, the trial, here's the other thing, Mom, that the trial went really well. Like, it didn't go bad. There were no surprises. You know, Dan was hitting on all 8 cylinders. You know, I was nervous because I've never testified in court before. Like, you know, you can forget something or you stumble or, like, you know, it really, you know, be made to look bad. If anything, I thought it helped my credibility when I got up there and they liked me, like agreed with, like, the personality kind of came through a little bit. Like,
It did. That's what everybody said that. Yeah. Very personable.
I really was
pleasant.
trying to, like, just be myself.
That's
Like,
the word everybody
yeah.
uses. She's just likable. It's a nice guy.
I mean, she tried to say, like, to make me look bad, she was talking about my mom using the curse word and saying this. I go, honestly, it's like, you make me laugh. You say the word fucker in court.
Right.
Like, she said it a few more times, trying to get me to laugh, but I wasn't going to laugh. She kind of took me off, like,
Sure.
where my
Not
head
exactly
was.
what to do. it has anything to do with anything. You know, she was
Yeah,
but
she sounded like she had Tourette's. I mean, I wanted to say that, but you don't want to say that because you don't know if they were the jury that family member with Tourette's and then they think you're insensitive. But I wanted to say, like, you sounded like you had Tourette's. You were standing there screaming out towards one after the next, like rapid fire, like not in context of who was being said to or why it was being said. You're just naming out curse words, standing in the middle of the room screaming. It made me laugh for a second. You know, it's like, that's all I was laughing at. Talking out loud for a second. But she really, like, I was in such a good mood Saturday. I remember calling my Smith and I was like, she started asking me how old was Maria and what did we do for days. I knew she had nothing else to ask.
Yeah, she was out of questions. She didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I had the answers to the real questions in the case. The other answers I can't give her an answer for is a liquor store and the no COVID TV.
Yeah. No, you can't. No COVID.
You can't. It's still like someone presented this case to me, and they said they told me her reasons for going, you know, to why she was traveling on that route, on that street, on that time, on that day, instead of the other liquor stores or taking another route. I would say, boy, something that's more like this. Like that would really stick with me. Is that she showed up there randomly. That taints every other thing. And I think after that, every other thing has to be like a bulletproof answer. Not an excuse or not an explanation. Because listen, there's people who showed up at the scene of the crime and have been convicted before, just for showing up.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Oh, yeah.
She was identified at the scene of the crime, showing up to watch the fire burn after it was delayed. Just
pretty much what it was.
It's not a 1 in 90. It's not a 1 in 100. It's not even a 1 in 500 for showing up at that date and that time. In the thousands.
Yeah.
That I can't debate.
No. No. Nobody could.
Not unless she goes, oh, I go there every week to go to that liquor store, and that's how I go. Like, when was the last time you went to that liquor store, Wendy? Probably when she was married.
Yeah. A long time ago.
I think she had only been.
Interesting. He just said that Wendy said that she goes every week. Wait.
No, not unless she goes, oh, I go there every week to go to that liquor store.
She said, I go there every week to go to that liquor store. Is that what Wendy told Charlie behind the scenes? Because doesn't Charlie rant and rave all the time that Wendy doesn't drink? It was the only liquor store she knew where to go. What? Charlie, are you listening to yourself? Oh my God. I did not catch that before. Okay, back 10 seconds. We're going to listen again.
Yeah.
That I can't debate.
No. No. Nobody could.
No, not unless she goes, oh, I go there every week to go to that liquor store, and that's how I go. Like, when was the last time you went to that liquor store, Wendy? Probably when she was married.
Yeah. A long time ago.
I think she had only been 3-4 years, something like that, right? So one time in 3-4 years, on that time, on that date, in the thousands. So, if they don't put it this way, it's dumbing down the case entirely. If they don't buy her explanation 100% on that, it really casts out a lot of other things.
Okay. That's what happens. If they don't buy one thing, then they don't believe anything.
It's a big thing, because you got to understand. Now they have her at the scene of the crime. If she killed because she had prior knowledge, you almost have to assume that I was guilty.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Matt Mello. Says it helps her deal with the divorce, going by the house. What a joke. Yeah, it was a joke. Okay, Dan Markel had seen her on Trescott alone without the boys. She was stalking him. That one, remember I call her that one. The unindicted co-conspirator claims that Dan Markel was stalking her. No, she was stalking him. He put in one of the divorce filings that he had seen her on Trescott without the boys when the boys were supposed to be with her, and that was the part about the right of first refusal. She is like they have to be able to use the divorce file. And his words, because a lot of the things that he was writing prior to him hiring Stephen Webster, a lot of that was Dan Markel's language in those orders, motions, not order, but you know what I mean, like motions and filings. Stephen Webster, once Dan got with Stephen Webster, who became his divorce attorney, he pulled Dan back and said, whoa, okay, some of this stuff is a little out there. Because Dan Markel was mad, very mad in regards to Wendi undermining him, not letting him Skype with the boys when she had the boys, getting Donna and or Harvey to keep the boys when it was her turn for physical custody, and then she would go out of town or go on a little mini trip, and then Donna would be babysitting the boys. Dan found out about this. And in any divorce case, if it's your physical custody week and you have to go on a trip, or, Wendy's going on a sexual excursion, in my opinion, then Dan finds out, like, no, Dan is supposed to be the first person that you ask the first person that Wendi asks during divorce. If she is going somewhere during her physical custody week, she's supposed to contact Dan Markel and say, hey, I'm leaving town Tuesday to Thursday of this week for work, quote unquote work, right? But she's going off wherever. And Dan was supposed to say, nope, I'll take the boys. But Wendi was not doing that. But Wendi was stalking Dan, not the other way around. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going off on it. These people make me so mad. Yeah, and I've been doing it for a long time. Not doing YouTube for a long time, but for those of you guys who do not know, I've lived in the Tallahassee area for almost 3 decades. I was working 2 miles away the day that Dan got shot. It was chaos in Midtown. Okay. Well, Midtown, Benton Hills, it's all kind of one, if you look at the map, it's about a 2-mile radius, if you will, or 2-mile diameter, however you say that. I'm not necessarily a math girl. But a murder in broad daylight on Trescott in Benton Hills on a Friday morning, that was crazy. And I've been following the case at least, I knew the day it happened. I started reading stuff the next day. Wendi Adelson's name came out. I Googled her. And then I saw that she had written a book on Amazon. And then I read all the bad reviews. about her dumbass book. And by the time July 23rd happened, 5 days after the shooting, I have a little notebook, and that's like one of my first notes. Well, my first note was July 21st, TPD tip line. I have the phone number in my book. And then my second note is July 23rd, 2014, green Prius on the local news. So yeah, I go on a roller coaster, if you will. I get a little pissy at times. I get Adelson fatigue. I step away from YouTube. I go watch something like, Love Island Australia and binge watch it for a week or so to get this craziness out of my mind. Okay, I know. Oh my gosh, you guys are going crazy in the chat. Thank you so much. Oh. Yeah, Jolie, I don't know about that. Oof. Okay, another thing. Please be careful. Oh, Andrew. Andrew is here. Hey, Andrew. He lives in South Florida. Hey, crimesters. And Andrew is probably going to be right in his dream in regards to Harvey. Just saying. Hey, California Avocado. My point is that Wendi was stalking Dan. Dan was fighting for his sons. This whole debacle of these nutty people called the Adelsons trying to justify stuff. Saying Wendi didn't drive by the crime scene. No, Wendi was on Trescott a lot. Dan caught her. That is one of his filings. Okay. I think I just went off on a tangent. I think I'm fatigued. It's okay. We're going to keep going. And Matt Mello told me a while ago. Okay, well, we're almost a half hour in, Matt Mello. We got about another 40 minutes of these two, but we'll keep going.
That's it. And that's why, like, before I came up to Tallahassee and everything else, I was like, my gut tells me Roman's going to be in North Carolina one day. And I need to be dealing with shit. And so I like literally like a freight train.
Kind of what it seems like.
What's that?
I said that's kind of what it seems like. It's just,
I'll never forget when we went for a walk and I was standing in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
You were like 6, 7 months?
Oh, yeah. I do.
That was exactly what you said to me. It was 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
And then I caught that, and then when I came up here, like, took a while to get the discovery because they were trial with her, and that was
Right.
That was a good thing. So that went to June. In June, July, I was kind of just getting started with stuff. And we really didn't start until Dan really didn't start until after my bond hearing, which was July 29th. No, that was my bond hearing. That was like my first case. I had an appearance on July 29th. And that's it. And I went to court then, and I remember saying to Dan, like, you think we could do it? He's like, well, I think we could probably get the case done November or possibly December. He's like, November Thanksgiving time, not a good time for trials, because nothing happens in December. And the case doesn't really, doesn't pick up until the second or third week in January. He's like, so we'll have it set for February. So I'm thinking like, all right, we'll be here till February. And then when we got to December, we said, let's
Set it for April.
let's set it back for April. Like, we need a little more time. And I was having a rough time in here in January and in February. And then Dan's like, you know what? Like, we could be ready in April. He's like, we definitely would be ready in like June, but we can't take a chance. Like, we've come this far. Like, why tell them like June when we may need more than those 8 weeks? He's like, we'll definitely be ready in July. Definitely ready in July. I'm like, all right, so we tried July, but they had a date in July, and then both prosecutors were taking vacation in August. And then in September, the judge said that he had a prior engagement.
Okay, so he's going into why his trial got postponed to October. I mean, whatever. Okay. Lily Willow says the plan, as disclosed by Robert on the stand, was to knock on Dan's front door and shoot him when he opened it. I 100% agree. And if you guys remember, Stuart Schlazer, he is the arts and sciences teacher that Dan Markel was on the phone with. He gave a TPD interview. It is on The Shaming of Jay Bronius, what I think he's just called Jay now. Whatever. The Shaming of Jay channel. He actually has that interview posted. And this is kind of what triggered me in a sense. Stuart Schlazer is explaining that he's on the phone with Dan Markel. He says, hold on a second. There's someone in my driveway that's unfamiliar to me. And then he hears muffled talking and then a loud bang, bang. If you watch the interview, you have to go all the way to the end, because Stuart Schlazer kind of rearranges what he remembers in a sense in regards to what happened. And I believe that Sigfredo Garcia hopped out of the car, ran up to the left side driver window of Dan and said, "Are you Dan Markel? Pew, pew." Because Rob gets told they went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel? Pew, pew." Hey, Giacomo. Mother-in-law is MIL. I didn't see. I think they said mother-in-law. But it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. I think that you were on the Tallahassee Democrat channel chatting during the trials. Because that's one thing that I do, you guys. Like, I don't go on channels that are doing commentary in regards to the trial. I really like to just listen, but I will chat. I mean, I'm all a chat. Like Cam Lacasse was there too. But it's good to see you. And I'm sorry if I've missed a lot of people hopping in. I have been on for over 3 hours, but I'm pushing through. I appreciate you guys for being here. I know, Matt Mello. Okay, so another thing is, you guys, like Stuart Schlazer is on the phone with him. They start their phone call at 10:48 a.m. It's a 5-minute phone call. This is another piece of why I believe that the shooting happened at 10:53. It's the mid-mark between the two bus cams. One's at 10:51 with the hitmen, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera in the green Prius, southbound Thomasville Road, in the left-hand turn lane, turning left on Benton. Trescott is literally less than a tenth of a mile, and then they would be turning left again on Trescott. The second bus cam is at 10:55, and they're seen going northbound Thomasville Road after the hit, and they're up almost near Armistead. I've done that drive. It's on my channel. I've always gotten about 3 minutes or so, but I got stuck in heavy traffic. I don't know what kind of traffic they really would have been experiencing, because Trescott's been rebuilt since 2014. The drainage ditch behind the Trescott homes, that's been completely dug out 9 to 12 feet in order to allow drainage. It's all been changed. The pathway between Ashford Apartments and Trescott, that's been fenced off. The fence was not there in 2014. But yeah, like Stuart Schlazer is listening. Okay, he starts his phone call at 10:48. It's a 5-minute phone call. It gets disconnected. That's when the pew pew happens. And then Stuart Schlazer's trying to call him back. It's going to voicemail. It's going to voicemail. He texts him, "Are you okay?" And then by the time, I think it's 11:01 or 11:02 a.m., is when Stuart Schlazer is calling 911. At the same time, the neighbor, Mr. Geiger, from next door, is calling 911. And remember, Mr. Geiger hears the pew pew, looks out his bay windows in the front of his house, sees the green Prius exiting quickly and traveling southbound, their exit, toward Benton Road on Trescott. He goes over, sees an idling car, goes back to his house, waits to see if Dan is backing out, goes back over, finds Dan shot, then has to run back to his house to get a cell phone. So all of that is happening in about a 9-minute time frame. Let me see. Yeah, according to I think that Donna, I think that that's what the plan was. But once Dan Markel pulls into his driveway and up into his garage, he's still on the phone with Stuart Schlazer. So he's not exiting his car. The hitmen are waiting, but then Sigfredo just hops out and goes shoots him. I mean, that's what happens. The plan, in my opinion, and apparently in other opinions, was to go to the front door. But Dan did not get out of the car as fast as they had expected. Hey, Buster, blah, blah. I think that Harvey might be next. He went to the airport. He wrote the checks. Well, no, Donna wrote the checks, but I mean, he knew where every penny was being spent. He dropped off the money. It might just be Donna, but that's okay. He helped Katie get a job in his company. No, Katie didn't get a job at the company. He gave Katie his Lexus. Charlie, he made TV repair appointment. He knew. Okay. Thanks for being here, Buster. Some of the facts are a little bit, they're a little bit wrong, but that's okay. If you're new to the case and you're learning, then welcome.
Into it.
Right.
And then when I appeared in August, the end of August 25th, I think, I had like a whole countdown thing on my wall. I had a calendar, keep track of the days. Like you can see every month I drew out like Sunday to the left was Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then I hand wrote the days in on the wall at pencil. And then like every day I put a check mark on it. And if I worked out, I would circle the date. So that was my like working out, if they mentally fit, physically fit. doing my little yoga class with everybody at night, workout class with everybody at night, like eating my food, reading everything on the trial, reading all the transcripts, all the depots. Like I really, and it's hard with ADD. It's hard for me to concentrate anyway.
And it wasn't exactly a study area.
No, I'm sitting on the edge of my bed. I don't have a chair with a back. So it was hard for me to study. To be honest with you, it's hard for me to focus. I didn't realize how bad I had it. It was hard for me to focus and read, and I did it. And like I forced myself for hours, and I went through everything with Dan, and it was like, we're ready.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, my initial gut feeling was that it was right. Like, looking back on it, like, you know, Dan did it, he left it all out there, like, he did the best he could. Like, yeah, like for fucking, you know, having the best lawyer who's working his tail off, who had that team behind it. It wasn't just him plugging away in his solo office. He had a team he was doing each guy with him. Like, he could have kept a whole lot more for himself if he just did it himself and didn't bring someone else like Kate. He brought Kate in.
I know.
You know, and then all the people he had in his office, like he had people that had so much experience and knowledge and just constantly, I mean, we did the mock jury. We had 25 people on the phone for the mock jury.
I know.
You know, like, everything, you know, the feedback was tremendous. You know, so that got me, like, really, really pumped. You know, and then having Josh Dubin up there, like, I can't thank you guys enough for doing that. You know, like, having Dubin come up here and his team, and he was sending that guy Renato down. Renato met with us a few times, and Renato was constantly on the phone with Dan, and, you know, just
Charlie just said, I can't thank you guys enough for that in regards to Josh Dubin, meaning Harvey and Donna paid for Josh Dubin via Rashi's referral, in my opinion. Yeah, and Andrew brings up a really good point. I still, to this day, don't know why Donna did not use, like, laundry bags in order to dry the money. But it is what it is.
same fucking evidence from 2016 that they, you know, that they just literally made a Dateline special with. It's no different than a Dateline special, but with autopsy photos. Leaving them up on the screen. Not just clicking on it, but like, look at it while I talk to you.
Yeah.
You strip down this little blessing. And it's horrible, horrible events. And that's what people are looking at. And they're getting furious. And you got some Miami bitch who put down Tallahassee. She thinks she's better than everybody. She even wrote it in her book. Who's showing up at the crime scene. Like, those are two facts that you can't dispute. She wanted to leave, and she got to leave. She thought it was a little stop on the way to nowhere, on the way to civilization. Isn't that what happened? And didn't show up on the 18th. And your mom and your brother both spoke to them. Like, that's what the case was about. And then while your TV was getting fixed, and your mom and your brother's making a TV joke, and your mom's using TV code when someone approaches her, why doesn't she just say how much money it was? She's old and she's rattled. She's scared.
No. I was sitting in front of the TV. That's exactly what.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying, but why you were being like, saying, because it's said that they asked for $5,000. I asked you, I'm like, I'm going to take it back to you. It was 15 years ago, playing Family Feud. You said, name an item that costs a couple grand. It was that TV. It wouldn't be a blender.
Yeah.
You know, it would have.
But as you said, one thing alone It's not one thing alone. It's just, it was, and it wasn't even her presentation, really. It was her making it, just basically dumbing it down. Let's dummy it down to a couple of things, you know.
Yeah, folks, it was folks. Use your common sense. She couldn't help herself. She showed up there. Even his best friend said that he said this. Like, she's getting eyewitness, or she's getting, you know, people to come in and say I said things. Like, all fitting together. She made it all fit together, folks. And she showed up at the class.
Yeah.
She couldn't, and listen, if you told that to 100 people with the explanation that delayed me 10 times since you've been on the phone, they would say, what is the fucking chance? 100% happened. Yeah, but what are the chances that it's random? Then that's when you go, if it wasn't random, then she's involved and they're involved. But then you got all these other people making comments and saying shit I never said. Which kind of time, which all fits the story. It was a Dateline. It was like sitting in the courtroom and watching Dateline. Like it deviated from being a child to being Dateline.
Yeah.
Cousin paste. Folks see, you know, they like talk with that voice and they're like, kind of like, and look what happened next. And then look what this person did. And look what this person did. Like, they're all normal events. I guess it's beautiful. I guess it's just, I literally picture myself coming home.
Mm-hmm. We all did. It's a shock, Charlie. Shock to you because you're living it. Shock to us. We can't believe this happened. Cannot believe it.
Yeah, it's literally 48 hours, and it feels like it's been weighing on my chest for 48 days. Not even 48 hours.
No, Donna, you're a liar. Charlie just said, I thought I was coming home. And Donna says we all did. Nope. What we learned from yesterday, well, last night's live stream, but it's literally 3 hours ago, jail calls. Donna ordered not one, but 2 giant commissary care packages to the Leon County Jail during Charlie's trial. The first one, okay, Charlie's trial jury selection starts on October 23rd of 2023. She orders the first giant commissary package on the 28th of October. It gets delivered on the 7th of November, the day before this call. The second one is delivered this morning on 11/8, which she couldn't figure out when she ordered it. But Donna is buying and sending large commissary care packages to Charlie in the Leon County Jail during his trial. She knew he was never leaving. And Charlie is a dumbass and doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know. He still doesn't know. He's not listening to himself, and he still does not know that he has been played like a ukulele by his mother and his sister. That's what's going on, Charlie. Like, listen to your ranting and raving.
So fresh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it feels to you guys, but it feels like it was 48 days ago. That's how my body feels.
Yeah. Dad said to me this morning, I feel like it's weeks ago. Oh, that just happened in 2 days. I feel like it's weeks already.
Yeah.
I know.
That's exactly what I said, Charlie.
Yeah.
Exactly what I said. It doesn't mean it'll be, I mean, it's not even 48 hours. And I literally feel like this has been like
Too much, just too much happened.
It's just, you gotta understand, it's like, I know not to give up hope.
Vietnam visa
No,
emails in the background.
But, you know, don't give up hope, because you can win an appeal, you can get a new trial, like it could be jury misconduct, you know, all those things can happen. It's like you're gonna have to get used to the idea of making a life for yourself. And I just lost him when I was there, and then Kate went to the side. I can't even, like,
you know, you had a life. I don't know. You were coming home for your life. We were all waiting for you to come home.
It doesn't seem real. I mean, it's just like, it doesn't seem like, if I did it, or if I was fucking, you know, having the trial go bad and I could see it happening, it's just like,
Nobody's source.
I'm giving my stuff away here, thinking like, I was feeling so, I didn't even feel like I was in jail. I was just like in a zone.
Yeah.
Mentally, I was like, you know, I got a list of numbers on an old sheet of paper that looks like it's been through a war. There's only a few numbers on there, people I still speak to. Whole list of numbers, just a few people I actually speak to. And I said, I'm going to keep this list with me when I get out, so I remember who my real friends are. That's why I took it and put it in that red folder with some papers. And I brought it with me to the courthouse. I didn't think I was going to be coming back to my jail cell.
Dan thought he was driving you home.
I just, yeah, like this. I thought I was going to do someone so bad.
I
I was
get
even
it.
thinking like maybe I won't.
Oh my God. Okay, Citizen Kane, you're so funny. No, I like say this. Like, I mean, I have interview skills. Okay. I've taken a lot of classes from John Reed and Associates. I've had 7-week-long classes from John Reed and Associates. And if anybody knows anything about who they are, then you're going to know. I know that 85% of the time when you're talking to someone, you keep your mouth shut and you let them spill the beans. You let the uncomfortable silence become a problem for them, not for you. You can pretend to act stupid, so then they have to explain it to you. I always say, give me 10 minutes with Katie Magbanua, please. But hey, I appreciate the boost in my confidence. Thank you, Citizen Kane.
Living out in Asia, they all ended up staying here and having a real solid relationship with them. And I was thinking I'd go out there for a while and come back and probably end up staying here, you know, and it'd be like people would know that I'm innocent.
None of this seems real. None of this seems real. It's like I'm talking to you, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah, like everything's great. Everything's great. What else is good? Everything's great. I'm doing good. Stay strong. As long as I get out of here, I'll be fine.
And for those of you guys listening, and I mean, if you haven't listened to my previous live streams, I have I have a neighbor with a souped up something going by me right now. But I have experience. Oh, okay, that one. Sorry about that. And it's literally like it's a souped up Nissan Z whatever, like one of those little stupid cars. Sorry. No offense if any of you guys drive one. Like, I do think that they're very good looking. But I have almost 2 decades of experience in child abuse investigations. And one of the things that happens is that you get a much larger budget than police do in regards to trainings. So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. But that's why I said, I mean, I know how to interview someone. I've had interviewing and interrogation skills training at least twice.
You just said every single time.
I'm fine. I know that one thing I've been told many times is where I am now is like
You told me. I know, Sonny.
this place is like paradise compared to the it is. I mean, I have a good feeling that if there is a protective bench, with all general people that have that same custody level, they gotta have one of them Florida. It's one area that
I'm literally trying to figure out, I mean, would I get arrested if I threw a 2x4 in the middle of the road? I'm sorry. Okay, I'll keep going. Yeah, being on for this long, listening to these two, I think I'm becoming just as delusional as the two of you.
they keep a general population group that they can't mix with other people. The other thing I hope to God is that they have in-person contacts.
I hope so.
I asked one guard I was asking last night, he said, I don't know, the DOC changed a lot of stuff after COVID. It also cut down on all the contraband that was coming in. But I don't think it's humane to not have people get contact visits.
No, it's not. And I don't know. I've done a little research. I can't find anything yet, so I have to just wait and see where you are and what the story is. Evidently, it's a little different in different places, so I don't know.
You have to around to get contact visits?
I'm sorry, some places, but I don't. I mean, I'm not on the computer now. I don't know, but you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know if it's from 23. I mean,
yeah. It's just, I gotta tell you, thank you for saying all the posts. It's so long.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
Sean, we're always good to be here. I love you. This is just a disaster, and we'll get through this. We will get through it. We'll get through it. We have no other choice. Right? Just again, no choice. Right now, this is it.
Yeah.
The rest will deal with it. I know.
No, I talked to Ramsey this morning a little bit. He was nice. He picked up the phone right away from me. I talked to him for a while. He was shocked. He thought I did fantastic on cross-examination. He didn't see Dan's whole thing with me. People who just want to see cross. They always expect your attorneys throwing softball questions anyway. So it's like, let me see what happens when he gets cross-examined. That's really what you want to see, not when your own team asks you questions. They figure you already know what to ask you, even though I didn't. It's fantastic. He's like, look, you just went over it and be like, how big of a case it is, and how much publicity there is, and how it's a small town, and they made a point to show that your sister thought she was better and shitting on a small town, and she showed up at the scene of the crime. I guess that right there is enough to convict you. They were showing that, like, when she was saying that she didn't mind living in Tallahassee, they made her out to be a liar. She accepted it, and she was building a life for herself here. But they made her out to be a liar on that. That's why they were questioning her about her book. Her book was about her family and her feelings. She put it in writing. That's what an author does. They foreshadow. And her foreshadowing and her showing up is borderline unexplainable. Her explanations.
Hey, Salty Pepper, good to see you.
Or the location doesn't hold water with wanting to go to a liquor store. But it only does if you realize the chick doesn't drink. The last time she went to a liquor store, she had to go to the party that night, and she was picking up the bottle on the way to lunch. She went the way she always does, talking on the phone. Like, that's what happened. But you just go, what's the probability of, like, her going to that liquor store at that time, that route, on the day he shot, and her turning down Trescott? Pick another street in fucking America to turn down on that date on that time. She had to be going to make sure, as Katherine said, she couldn't help herself. What do you think? Who do you think explanation sounds more logical? The excuse I just gave, or the ex-wife who couldn't help herself? You know, who claims that there's no benefit, but Katherine starts bringing up the millions. That's why when I was on the stand, I was like 90% of it's in trust. She can't touch it, and it's for the kids. I think I handled that pretty well.
You did. You did.
Yeah,
You know, and then you said, you don't know all her personal finances. How would you know? But the money is for the children. It's not for her.
yeah, like she's not even the executor of the trust. She's not even in control of it.
No, sure.
Yeah, but Katherine was like, but it goes through her to get to the kids, doesn't it? Like, you know, she was just, it was painting a picture, and that's why it's been on Dateline, it's been on everywhere.
Hey, Tallahassee Lassie, good to see you. I have been on for a very long time. I'm going to keep pushing through. I want to get through this one jail call. I probably kind of made a mistake thinking that I could last a second one, but I'm okay. And I appreciate everybody for being here with me. Thank you. We still have another 18 minutes of these two.
Else, there's so much of the picture to paint. There's so many coincidences that you make it seem like, but they were fucking coincidences. But it doesn't. I'm telling you, when you start a story, when you start out saying it's a 1 in 10,000 chance this person tells the truth.
Hey, Teresa.
You're fighting in a near impossible battle for that. Everything better line up with validation of what you're saying is what happened, with rock solid validation after that one. And then you just go, oh,
Hey,
the only
YB.
piece of the puzzle that doesn't fit is when he's showing up there that day. Otherwise, you just pick at everything. And then between the fluff, you put up an autopsy photo. You know, that's,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then it's like, you see, it's all cutesy, and then you see what happens. And it brings you to a very serious train of thought.
Yes, Matt.
So
I
we
am.
can say that this was just a coincidence. And if it wasn't a coincidence, you got to convict. Yeah, I think if it is, you know, and that, which just gets me to like, I knew almost all this stuff, like,
Yes, River.
months and months before I got picked up, by 2020. And I sat there and was in denial. I mean, I do, but I was like, I let myself get talked to by other people who at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
100%
it's
still
like-
thinking.
It's very, it's like I knew what I wanted to, I knew what I thought, I knew what I wanted to do, I knew what my gut told me, I knew what I had up here. I mean, it's hard for me to think that, like, I knew what I had up here, but all these other people, that I was wrong and all these other, that I was right and all these other people were wrong in what they thought. I don't know if they really thought that, like, or they were just.
Because, Jolie, thank you for the question. It's because Charlie was a sacrificial lamb. He could not leave. Donna and Harvey thought that they were going to get that Vietnam villa, which they didn't. Scott Radius and his wife, in the end, after Donna's arrest, the balance was $16,000. And Scott Radius and his wife, Michelle, are the ones who own it now, because it was never in the Adelson name in Vietnam. That's a fact, y'all.
Hoping, hoping and benefiting at the same time. I mean, you didn't stand a chance up here. You could have brought my dog up here. We got him convicted on Monday also. Like, it's all the auxiliary stuff that they brought in, and I knew that I thought in my heart of hearts, like, I knew the truth, but I'm like, I mean, when I talked to someone about a free test, they had 1 in a million. I know, crazy, 1 in a million. It should have clicked that, like, Sonny, you're saying it's 1 in a million or 1 in 10,000. Everybody else is thinking the same fucking thing. Now go try to convince people that this is that one that doesn't look like what it is. And you're sitting in Tallahassee telling them that Wendi was going down Trescott because she was going to a liquor store. Like, just about the purchase she made at the liquor store, they were photographing a liquor bottle.
Because they thought they had it with that. And what's the chance that that's what they wanted her to do?
Well, there's 5,000 things in a damn liquor store. And I'm just saying, I really don't know how many bottles there are in a liquor store, but it seems when I go to a liquor store, there's like 5,000 different items that you could buy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could literally pick up like 5,000 different types of wine, champagnes, bourbons, rums, tequilas, scotches. She ended a drink. It's probably the one and only time in her entire life she ever bought a liquor. Like, that alone, like, with she had no invitation. If she had no invitation, that alone would have been like, that's too crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Driving down Trescott to buy a bottle of Ford. That's enough to get you convicted right there. Showing up at the scene of the crime. No one.
Like they do on
No. Oh, listen. When Ryan stopped there at work, brought that girl, had that girl stand, like slow down and stand next to him for a split second as he was loading up his car and took photos of him, mailed it to Talia. He was showing up at the house helping them, comforting them, finding out what they thought. He was right there in the thick of it because they didn't know it was him. Ryan helped them get the private investigator to look into things. Darren's talking to the private investigator, telling Ryan what the PI is saying. He didn't realize that he was talking to the guy that set up the photos, wrote the letter.
Okay, he's talking about the oh my god. He's talking about the scam that Ryan Fitzpatrick, I forgot, Darren's another one, that they were all involved in. That financial scam thing. It's escaping my brain right now. Oh. But that's what Charlie is referring to right now about getting a private investigator and some girls. I'll bet they were Asian girls, Charlie, just saying. I don't know much about. I only know a little bit about his financial scam with Ryan Fitzpatrick and the other guy. I think that there were more involved. But it was basically like securities, financial insurance scam type thing. I have notes on it. I'm just not, it's escaping me right now. Okay. I'm so tired. Oh my God. And I usually have dinner started at least an hour ago at this point in time, but that's okay. We're here for another 13 minutes of this call, maybe another 30 minutes of the live stream. And I'm loving the comments. Everyone, okay? This case is never ending. There are so many moving parts. I have never seen such a thing in my entire life in regards to a murder investigation. This is, I mean, it's beyond belief when I really think about it. But thank you guys for being here. But he's talking about, okay, the guy that set the photos up wrote the letter. Yeah, he's talking about the scam that him and Ryan Fitzpatrick were involved in.
Stole his best friend's money, got him to hate his best friend, and it wasn't working enough, so he had to put the last nail in the coffin. I mean, it had to be me. Had to be. By the way, if you picture, like, just to give you an example, I was in the same date and time that those pictures being taken, that Ryan sitting in the parking lot and taking those pictures of
Right.
of Darren with that set up girl. That would kind of be like me driving 10 miles out of my way and stopping off at the Publix in that shopping center, and my phone pinging off that same tower, and then me going home, and then they say, I was never in that area, and I'm like, oh shit, I was in that same parking lot on that same time, on that same date. Like, that would be pretty suspicious. You know, I'd be like, well, how many Publixes did you pass or routes? Like, what the hell were you doing there at the same time this is going on? Like, that's, something was happening.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. I just opened a new can of worms. Beach Chillin' says penny stocks or the workers' comp lawsuit. No, it's neither. Yes, Leslie, you do have the FOIA. Yeah. And it, oh my goodness, I'm trying to think. Beach Chillin', I mean, you might be right about the workers' comp thing, because apparently this is my understanding, and this is my recollection right now. I do not have my notes, okay, guys, and I have Adelson fatigue galore at this point in time. But something in regards to workers' comp. When someone has a workers' comp claim and they believe that they're going to get a certain amount of a payout, they were hiring a firm, and I think that Charlie, Ryan, maybe the guy Darren, I don't know, there was like 3 or 4 of them involved. They would get hired because the person with the claim thought that they were going to get a big payout later. It's almost kind of like a wrongful death attorney, but then none of these people were attorneys. Okay. Basically Charlie and Ryan and their buddies were collecting on a claim and not telling the victim who hired them or who consulted with them that a claim had been settled. So they were cashing in the money, but leaving the victim not knowing what was going on with their case. Does that make sense? That's my understanding. Yes, Leslie, it's going to be a big deep dive. I could probably help. Okay. And yes, salty peppers. Okay, I'm gonna take a break for a second. Okay. Oof. I've been on for 3:44. It's fine. We're still gonna get through. Yes, the legal funding business. Yes. Oh, hon, I don't want to. I'm not one to pass out homework assignments. I'm just saying, Leslie. Oh gosh. Leslie says, I'll go through this weekend. Problem is thousands of attachments in no order. I know. Yes. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so there's it's not this call. I'm trying to remember. Oh, you know what? There's legal filings in Broward County of Florida under Ryan Fitzpatrick's name. Charlie Adelson might be another one to search, but there's legal filings on it. And I'm sorry to get sidetracked from these two delusional murderers, ranting and raving and repeating themselves for hours at a time. And we literally get like maybe a 20-second news something. But yeah, Fitzpatrick testified that he deeply questioned the true nature of the business and believed Charlie was likely using him to launder illicit cash. Yes, thank you. Thank you, New York Patriot lady. I know, I just, in my head, this is my brain. My brain is like Charlie's right now. It's not on a hamster wheel like his is, but it's a little scattered and scrambled. Yeah, still thinking the business with Fitzpatrick, I believe, involved buying people's lawsuits and insurance claims with a profit margin. Yes, thank you. I know I was not explaining it correctly, but thank you so much. No, it was a total scam, beach chillin'. Okay, let me get back to these folks because I have a family to feed in a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Like I wasn't public at the same time, and that would have been like unreal. Like, but that's where coincidences happen. I could have been at that public. So I don't know what day he took the photos. It's one of those things that just. I'm not asking Dan now, but in a couple of weeks, I'm going to ask him to look into that for me and follow it up with Ramsey.
It's funny you said that because I think Dad can. I think he can,
Yeah.
along with Alex.
Yeah. What, have you talked to Alex about it?
Dad has been in touch with Alex. Not
Okay.
on the list of days, but because Dad was working on that. Hold on. He was asking about U.S. legal funding.
Oh.
He was talking about Ramsey, rather.
Oh.
He's the U.S. legal funding, right? The right one, yeah. And I said you and Alex have been working together to get things straightened out.
Oh, right.
Financially, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. It's not Darren. I apologize to Darren, whoever you are. It's Alex. And okay, this is going to go back. AA Legal Focus has been doing members only live streams recently in regards to Alex's lawsuits against Harvey and Charlie. Okay, that's all I have right now. But Donna did just say U.S. funding. There's something is up with that.
Just hang in there, because we are. I shouldn't say we are. I'm doing that.
Okay, because Ramsey, I spoke to Ramsey this morning, and I said to him, I'm sure Dan has done nothing but this case for a long time, and he's literally been up here for 3 weeks, so I'm sure he's got tons of matters to attend to with his office and his wife. And his wife's been put on hold for full 6 weeks pretty much. I mean, he drank the case for.
Yeah, beach chillin'. Listen, okay, I could be getting confused. Okay, I really just focus on the crime in regards to the murder against Dan Markel. I know that there's a lot of other financial discrepancies surrounding the Adelsons. So yeah, beach chillin', beach chillin'. Thank you so much. I think beach chillin' said this doesn't sound like what people are talking about. That doesn't sound like what they were just talking about. Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. Okay. But Ryan and Charlie are involved in some shadiness. Charlie and Alex are involved in some shadiness. I don't know if they're crossing each other in their shadinesses, shady businesses. Beach Chillin' says, hold up, by the way, Wendi gets mentioned in that lawsuit. Yes, you're right. She does. Thank you. Yeah, okay, so all of this goings on, right, around the Adelsons, this is why I'm telling you that Dan Markel, he knew of shady businesses and shady things happening with the Adelsons. And he also knew that they were trying to prevent him from having time with his children. You guys, Dan Markel was not even, like, he was only asking for 50% of the time. And to be a dad, 50% custody. He did at some point ask for full custody, full parental, I guess, decision maker in regards to education, all of that. Okay, I believe that's a part of the March 26, 2014, really large motion that he filed. I mean, it's very lengthy. But Dan Markel is fighting to be a dad. That's really what this entire case is about in regards to the murder case. Okay, I'm going to hush and keep going.
For at least the last 6 weeks, putting it on godly in the Rivera, was living up here for a couple weeks. And it's, I'm not going to ask him to do anything about Ryan like this week, next week, following week. But within like 2 or 3 weeks, I'm going to ask him if he could like take a look at some stuff from there.
You're saying you're saying 2 or 3 weeks from now?
Yeah. I don't want to. Yeah. I want him to catch his breath for a minute.
Yes.
You know, and I know that he even told me, like, I thought he was getting me out, but he was like, he's like, when I get you out, don't ask me to do that the next day. He's like, give me a little time to catch my breath.
I know.
I think he needs a little more time to catch his breath in this one.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I would not. The only thing I bother him about is just to ask a question like for you earlier or whatever, to text him a quick question. Otherwise, I would not bother him. I know it.
No, he's beside himself. Not as beside himself as I am. You know, like, I mean, he knows. Like, I asked him. I said, "What do you think's gonna happen with Katie?" I said, he goes, "Well, I don't think they promised."
Okay, something else is happening in this call. I mean, I don't really have the energy right now to figure it out. I will re-listen, but the last 4 or 5 minutes through the end of this call, I mean, something else is going on. Charlie is saying to Donna, I'm asking Alex to hold off on going after Ryan, something to that effect. I don't know. I don't want to re-listen to it. I'm just saying something's going on. And again, just for everybody's information. This is part 10 of a 22 video playlist from the channel Phone Calls from Prison. Part 1 through 15 are the jail calls. 16 through 22, I believe, are like wiretaps and other excerpts or whatnot. But outside of Dan Markel's murder, Charlie and Donna are talking about something else at this point. Okay, keep going.
Or anything, but you know, they may give her, you know, a 20-year sentence. You know, they may say you got to do 15, 20 years because but she's been in there for 7. So if you have to do 20, you get 85%. If you have to do 20, you have to do, you get out at 17, and then he's already been in there 7, over 7. So she'll be, so if she gets a 20-year sentence, she'll have 17 years. And then over 7, she'll have 9 years and change. She'll be out.
Dad just walked in. He didn't know what I was talking to you about, but yeah. But he just saw what I wrote down, so he knows that he's working on that.
Okay. I mean, don't stress yourself out with it now. I mean, but
No, not-
with that next,
Not right now.
yeah.
Give him a copy, of course.
Yeah, but I'm saying within the next couple of weeks, we'll get the ball rolling with that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Now, as far as like, give yourself a little break too before you go over to my house.
I'm not running over there now, Charlotte, because there's no need. Janice is taking good care of Buddy. There's nothing I can do right now, and I'm not running to put the house up for anything because she needs a little time. She needs to be able to look around and find something. It's not fair. I'm not going to do
Well, no, she's not only does she need time. She doesn't say that sold and rented, but she needs to have those bedrooms upstairs for them to walk in. They can't look like they're storage closets. So if she wants to go get another storage locker for $300 a month, and hopefully don't sell the house for 4 months, or don't rent it for 4 months. Like, look, if she maybe stay here for 4 months of rent.
Yeah.
It may be 1 month. I don't know. I don't know how quickly it'll rent. I just know that I when I designed that backyard and everything, it's kind of like that was like me putting my stamp on it and everything I did out there.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't feel. I feel like I'm in a fucking, like, trapped in a movie on TV. Like I've been here for over a year and a half, but it's like it's the weirdest. It's never been as much of a swing of emotions in my life as anything. Like, I mean, like I said, I'd rather.
I know what you'd rather.
It's, you know, it's just have some regret about so many things. That I also have sadness on so many different levels. The sadness, and I just have regret on so many different levels. And then I think of Roro, you know, the last time I saw him, I literally ran away. I patted his head as he walked away and breathed long, and me and Dad went to lunch. I thought that. I just remember, like, last day exactly how it was. I saw him a good time. Made that moment at the house. Dad came over that morning.
Yeah, that's right.
And I took him to breathe long, and we went to talk that.
Sure did.
Dad drove the Lexus, I drove the Mercedes. Top that, I dropped all it off right around the corner. Once I had lunch. It was on Monday.
It sure was.
Yeah, my brother talked to you, and your friend's kid who was looking for a free place to stay in Miami, stay that you put it. I said, what the fuck are you doing having that guy do that? Thursday, 21st. I literally, when I called out to this number I have on my phone, I thought it was a neighbor of mine calling, or somebody, maybe an old friend who was trying to get into my backyard, or a neighbor of mine calling to tell me, like I said, the 2 missed calls I had were within a minute of hearing all the noises on the side of the house, and the glass breaking. So like, I had to be someone calling to let me know what's going on. Like, just, had to be a neighbor of somebody seeing something and calling and letting me know. And I'll never forget, he's been following me. He's like, hello, Charlie? And this was after I went into the bathroom, like, look out the window. I opened up the window, and I was like yelling out, like, everything okay? And then they responded to me, and it was like, you could tell all these car engines were running, and like, there was all these people everywhere. And the guy goes, Charlie, this is Agent Sanford with the FBI. We're here with FBI SWAT, and out with your hands empty and up in the air.
Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is the last time I'm going to pause it. I have been on forever. I'm going to let everybody go very soon. But Charlie is telling Donna about when the raid happened, when he gets arrested. And if any of you have been on Leslie B's channel, Leslie B does a book club. She is reading Stephen Epstein's book about this case. Remember, it was published before Katie's retrial. So it's a very good book on character development, background of everybody involved thus far. Okay. Just this past Sunday, 2 days ago, Leslie B reads Stephen Epstein's description about when it's from the law enforcement point of view as to when Charlie gets arrested. And now Charlie is telling Donna from his point of view what was happening when he got arrested. Like, Charlie is hunkered down in his bathroom, calling out through the window to neighbors, is everybody okay? And then I hear Pat Sanford. Okay, I'm going to rewind it 15 seconds. We are literally 3 minutes away from the end of this call, and then I will end my live stream and let everybody go about their business. But this part is hilarious.
And it was like, you could tell all these car engines were running, and like, there was all these people everywhere. And the guy goes, Charlie, this is Agent Sanford with the FBI. We're here with FBI SWAT, and out with your hands empty and up in the air. I thought it was a neighbor of mine calling, or somebody, maybe an old friend who was trying to get into my backyard, or a neighbor of mine calling to tell me, like I said, the 2 missed calls I had were within a minute of hearing all the noises on the side of the house, and the glass breaking. So like, I had to be someone calling to let me know what's going on. Like, just, had to be a neighbor of somebody seeing something and calling and letting me know. And I'll never forget, he's been following me. He's like, hello, Charlie? And this was after I went into the bathroom, like, look out the window. I opened up the window, and I was like yelling out, like, everything okay? And then they responded to me, and it was like, you could tell all these car engines were running, and like, there was all these people everywhere. And the guy goes, Charlie, this is Agent Sanford with the FBI. We're here with FBI SWAT, and out with your hands empty and up in the air. My words to him were, are you fucking kidding me? Things like that were, I really thought I had a burger. Something unrelated to this. It was like on a movie. I was like, like going outside and taking a bite of bubbles, walk outside. Get kissed water.
long time. Thinking like, oh, this is going to get resolved. This is going to be fine. This is going to be taken care of. We're going to be fine. We're going to get through this. I never really, Marcus sort of told me don't watch these shows on TV or anything like that. I think I caught it bits and pieces and stuff, but like, I think maybe if I would have watched the full one. But that's TV. You don't think they're going to do that in a courtroom.
No, you don't.
You know, folks, what is it? And listen, I get it. I've done it with you for an hour or two. Like, folks, what are the chances? I said that to people. I said, what are the fucking chances that this happens like this? And their answer is, that's crazy. Yeah, because if that's what happened, that's crazy is an appropriate answer. But it's like, you say that's crazy once, you say that's crazy twice, pretty soon you're doing it saying that's crazy. Or could she just not help herself? I mean, not 9 times, let's say 9 out of 100 is showing.
Okay. Hey, Ella, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Blue River, thank you so much. I have been on for over 4 hours. I'm about to end soon, but I just want to point out to everybody in regards to the cray Charlie. He goes from describing his arrest when the FBI and the marshals are coming to his Well Harbor home. He goes from describing that to going back to Wendi driving by the crime scene. Like, we can't make this shit up. Excuse my language, but we cannot make this up. These jail calls are, I mean, it's a glimpse into true narcissism, and that is my opinion. That's why I find them fascinating. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I am going to let this video play out. Then I'm going to play my song that I wrote, plugged it into Suno, and it created an AI audio of music. And it's called New Hair, New Name. It's about nobody in particular in today's society. Okay. Just making sure everybody is aware of that. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate you. And once this video's over, oh, Lord, I hate to say this, but yes, I will be continuing on at some point with part 11. Okay, gonna go back. Wendi just couldn't help herself. No, Charlie, you can't help yourself with your mouth. All right, have a good day, everyone. We're going to finish this out, and then I'll play my song, and the live stream will be over. And I will see you all again sometime soon. Thank you all for joining me.
Could she just not help herself? I mean, 9 times, not 9 times, let's say 9 out of 100 is showing up for a reason.
No.
Taking a shortcut, a long cut from 10 miles away to pass by and see what's going on. That right there, I think if I would have had to analyze it as much as I am today, I would have come to conclusions that I don't know if people would never thought they had. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hon. Can you hear me? Oh, don't tell me to cut again. Charlie? Yeah, it just clicked off. Every time it gets to like over an hour,
So,
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next one.
She traded in the blonde blowout for a curly flame. Walked out the salon with a brand new name. Different signature, different shade of blue. Whispers all around said, we all know it's you. Chameleon smile with an innocent glow. The facade behind the door swung open slow. She never heard the word no for long. Deceit and spite kept carrying on. Mama made the phone calls, brother tried to keep it clean, polished every headline till it barely could be seen. Silk gloves hiding fingerprints nobody could ignore. Truth kept knocking behind the locked door. New hair, new name, same old game, changing every picture but the story stays the same. Diamonds in the daylight, secrets after dark, trying to outrun the echo of a single spark. She's living like a queen, soon to be on the lam. She can't pretend all she wants, but she don't give a damn. You can paint the skyline, rewrite every frame, but you can't fool forever with new hair, new name. She could fool the room with a sideways glance, turn a business meeting into a slow dance. Every favor will come with a price. The ones who protected her, they rolled the dice. One by one they have fallen, locked up in a cell. Who will come to save her? Will they ever tell? Shaking her hair, changing her name. She cannot outrun justice, she's part of the chain. Gold in her ears, pearls on her neck, but deep down she's a wreck. Everything she wanted did not come for free. She ruined so many lives, even her own family. Justice walks slowly, gossip runs fast. Some stories fade, but some outlast. Mirrors don't forget what's behind the disguise, even if colored contacts tell beautiful lies. Oh, new hair, new name, same old shame. Running from the smoke, but remembering the blame. Fundraisers and parties can't erase the night. Truth keeps shining through, even in the dimmest light. Fortunes may protect you for a little while. She may be dressed up in a perfect smile. Curtains always fall at the end of every play. You can change your look, but the truth won't fade away. She changed her face, the world came to see. But she never could change his memory.